Okay, we can almost start. So for the online audience, if you have encountered any problem with the sound or the video, just let us know. And it's really great to have you today. And today we keep the on-site one. There were people coming here and going out. So it will be approximately like 20 people maximum. And we want to keep it small because then you really have the chance to practice the tool. And if you have any question, then you can always tell me. And then we can really try to use a certain tool really from the beginning and then to really understand every detail of it. And for online audience, we have almost 400 people register and approximately 200 people will be online. And now we already have 103, 4, 5 people joining. So, and this workshop will also be recorded. So that means you can always, you don't need to take any note, but you have, yeah. And in the end, you will see a link and then you can always check back what's there. And yeah, so first I would like to introduce this workshop. So this workshop is designed for researchers who want to improve their ability to make use of generative AI tools to increase their productivity, to reduce repetitive jobs. So you don't need to really repeat the same task again and again. So we somehow can automate those kind of tedious jobs. And it is really designed for faculty and also PhD students who would like to, increase their generative AI literacy. And here is the learning outcome. So first we will try to introduce some generative AI fundamentals. So very basic knowledge, how it works, and what is the current landscape in the, like, for example, large language model. And then we will talk about some very useful tools that personally I tested out and I find it really great for us to, to reduce our burden. And then how do we apply generative AI in our research? For example, for different fields, if you are experimentalist, how can you make use of generative AI to design stimuli, for example? And if you are really a qualitative researcher, how should you use generative AI, for example, to code your text, to prepare your transcript and things like that. And we will also talk about, throughout this workshop, we will again and again talk about responsible use. So how can we make sure that we did not really, have some ethical concern about it and then have some ethical issue with it. Okay, and then we have 4 modules. So today in the morning, then we will introduce the fundamentals of generative AI. And also we will talk about literature review and literature management tools. So some tools that can help you to manage your literatures. And then in the afternoon, we will talk about human behavior research, for example, design stimuli, design interviews and things like that. And we will also talk about text analytics. And tomorrow morning, then we will talk about RAG and also knowledge base. So how are you going to build a knowledge base? For example, personally, I have a knowledge base of over like 10,000 PDF. So that PDF, all my papers that I've read, I put it there in that folder. And then if I forget something, forget a certain concept, I can always find it back. Okay, I just chat with the, the large language model. I remember I have read a paper about this. Can you find a paper for me? So in this case, I don't need to really memorize all the detail. So we will also talk about that, and also no-code programming, because we strongly believe that in the future, everybody should be able to code. So coding is like using a calculator, so easy like that. And we will also introduce, so in this afternoon, we will introduce a tool called Lovable. And it's so amazing that it can help you to create an app in 10 seconds. And then we we will also talk about synthetic data and also more advanced topic, for example, data visualization and analysis. So on the first day, it will be more fundamental, so easier, for you to follow. And tomorrow it will be more advanced topic. So for those who want to really, improve their knowledge in certain field. And here is the specific schedule. And if you have any question, you just feel free to let me know. And also for the online audience, I can always see your comments, so you can always comment. And then we will also have some interact, like for example, Padlet, and then you should be able to share. For example, we will have some exercise and assignment for you to share, to the whole group. Yeah, so for the preparation, so first, I strongly recommend you to have a Google account, because in this case, for most of the tool, you can just, you don't need to register. You can just authorize using your Google account. So it will make everything easier. And you should be able to have also one of the following AI platform, because we will always keep using it. So either you can use, it's free for you to choose either you want to use OpenAI, Claude, Gemini, Mistral, or DeepSeek. So, but you should be able to have a account, and we will also talk about how to apply an API there. And you can always go to this GitHub. So this GitHub is very important. We will have all our material handout for online audience, because you don't have the paper version of the handout. So you should download the handout there, okay? And there's some software that is optional to download. So we will introduce it, but because I know personally I have I've been using this software, I know it takes a long time to download. So it will be nice if you can download it and install it beforehand. So it will make our section like more efficient. And there are 4 papers that I recommend to read. But if you don't read it, it's fine. You can always read it afterwards and things like that. So it covers different topics, for example, text annotation, and then AI interviews, and also using large language model to create synthetic data, and also use it to replicate experiments. And then we also have one to design stimuli. Okay. Great. So that's the preparation. And I suggest you everyone now go to the GitHub. So to get familiar with the GitHub page. So what you can do is open your browser. So GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, I also strongly recommend you to have one. So you can always, later, you will find it very useful later. So the address is github.com and then lanceyuu and /osloworkshop.
Shubing, sorry to interrupt. I don't think that the online audience can send a chat. Can you please advise a little bit so that the online audience can send their message in the chat?
It should be able to send, I think, because I already received some chat from the online audience.
Oh, but because I cannot see it.
So you should be, I can see your message actually, and then
because it shows that it is only sent to the hosts and the panelists.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. So I can
And
see it.
now a lot of audience are raising their hands.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I see some people raise their hands. That means you can. Okay, I will allow you to talk. I will select one. Peter Inger. Okay, Peter Inger, can you hear us?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, can you send a chat and things like that?
No, it says that the host has disabled attendee chat.
Sorry?
The chat is disabled, it says.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Shubin.
I will see how can I fix this. Okay, I will try to fix it during the break, but meanwhile, if you have any question, you can raise your hand. Then I will, for example, then I will ask you to talk. So, Chris Kishore, I saw you raise your hand. Do you want to talk anything?
No, it was the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So if you have any question, then raise your hand at this moment. And then during the break, I will try to fix it. But anyway, so if you have the chance to take a look at the GitHub, then I suggest you to now fill in the survey here. It's a pre-workshop survey, and this survey helps us to understand your current knowledge and also what you need from this workshop. So you can go to here, and then we will do it together now. So here, the pre-workshop survey, you should see the link. And then if you click on it, then you can see the survey. Okay. So it will take like 5 minutes, but it will be good for us to to understand your current knowledge and what you need from this survey, and help us better to improve. Okay, so while you are filling out the survey, I would like to show you the Nordic Academy of Management. So I will just go through the slide, and then if you have any question, you can let me know. But meanwhile, please fill in the survey, because that can be really helpful for us. And so the mission of the NFF is to provide or to foster competence development and quality enhancement management research among the Nordic countries, so including Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden, and encourage international dissemination of Nordic management research. And that's why we are here today. And we received a grant to host this workshop from it. And it also facilitated arranging of Nordic conferences and workshops in the field of management. So there are like 30 member schools in Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland, and Nordic business schools and universities that offer management education in a broad discipline sense. Okay, so if your school is not yet a member of NFF, now you can ask it to apply for it. And there are they provide like pan-Nordic PhD courses. That means that even if you are not from the Nordic country, you can also attend. And standing tracks promoting field-specific dialogue and research collaboration. And this year is their 75th anniversary. And they're also going to hold a biannual conference in Aarhus, Denmark, next year in August. And it has different grants that if you are from a Nordic country, then you can apply for it. And even if you are not really a Nordic country, then if you're a doctoral student, you can also apply some of the course and workshop. And it also have a postdoc mobility grant to support recently graduated postdoc research visits within the Nordic countries. Okay, and here is the NFF board and secretary. Okay, so I hope meanwhile you already fill in the survey. And after this survey, you will also receive another link, maybe 10 days after the workshop, for us to follow up your, your progress. And if you have any like problems encountered, during this period, you can always let us know. Great. Okay, now we will move to the next topic, which is the foundation. But before we move to our next topic, so everybody finished the survey? Okay, I will still wait a little bit. Okay, and for the online audience, now the chat function should be enabled. So you can check if it works now. Yes, okay, great. Nice. So again, if you have any question, we want to make it interactive as much as possible. So if you have any question, you can post it in chat. And also we will have a lot of brainstorm section and also section where you can share, you know, your exercise and then the stimuli you have created. So then it can help us to learn from each other. Okay, yeah. And now we will move on to our first topic, which is generative AI for research foundation. So we will learn about very fundamental, for example, how it works and which model we should use at this moment, which is the best one. So we can see generative AI is really developing in a fast speed. Like personally, I tested, you know, already since 2023 at the beginning, you know, when I used the same prompt, robot is painting. So you can see in 2023 March, that is the how it generates the image. It's really simple, very bad. But then just less than 1 year, it developed like this.
In progress.
And now it's even much better, right? So if you now, recently, you know, GPT-4o has upgraded their image adding function. And then in this case, you can really make very nuanced prompts. For example, you can change the background, you can replace the model with your own face, things like that. So it somehow make editing image or generate image much easier. But anyway, so what is generative AI? So it refers to a set of, you know, artificial intelligence system that help us to create new content. And this content can be very various and multi-model. For example, images, audio, video, text, code, even virtual world avatar. So yeah, we can use this kind of model to generate new content in various different ways. Okay. And we also see really some studies now coming out about the impact of generative AI. And I don't need to really emphasize here because you see it every day from the news that many CEOs saying, okay, nowadays, if they want to employ somebody, that somebody should be able to use generative AI like effectively. And OpenAI's research, they estimate 80% of the current work activity can integrate generative AI technology. That means almost all the job can somehow, you know, for an extent that can somehow use generative AI. And McKinsey also indicate generative AI and other similar technology have the potential to automate up to 70% of tasks that currently occupy our time. And for us as a researcher, you can think about, okay, at this moment, what is your most time-consuming job or task? So you can write it down or you can think about it. And is there a way for us to automate your current task? Those tasks that are really repetitive and take up a lot of time. So think about that. Is it possible? And we also see many studies, they found actually AI assistant help newer people. So people who are not familiar with that field to catch up. So they really have the potential for a newcomer, for example, to help them to fill the gap between the new people and then the people at the medium level. And they found out actually those people who benefit the most are those people who are at the low level of the competence. So the increase is the most significant. But it doesn't mean that if you are an advanced researcher, you don't need generative AI. It also helps you to increase your productivity, but just maybe the extent is less or the degree is less. And there's already a lot of evidence about how it's going to increase your productivity. For example, in terms of coding, management, writing, diagnosis for doctors, especially for coding. There's some studies, for example, they try to see the programmers' productivity during, there is 1 week when Italy banned OpenAI, right? So GPT. So they want to see during that week, what is the productivity of the programmer in Italy? And they found out the output in GitHub significantly dropped. That means we really rely on generative AI now as, for example, an assistant to help us to code. And there are many programmers, they say they already lose their ability to code independently because they rely too much on generative AI. So it also have different effects. But maybe it's a good thing. It helps us, before we need to memorize all the codes, but now we just need to have an idea of what I'm going to do. And then you can delegate all those very detailed jobs to the AI. And then you can release yourself from, all these very time-consuming tasks, but just focus on the core tasks that human outperform AI. And that's why also Jason Huang from NVIDIA say AI is not going to take your job. I think you already see this a lot of time. The person who use AI well and use AI as fast as you can so that you can stay employed. It is not 100% true because we see AI is actually replacing people's job, especially in the advertising agency. They recruit less people in graphic design, and you can also see a programmer. You have less demand for junior programmer. So we see AI is replacing people's job, but maybe what we can do is to see how should we improve ourselves? Like how should we differentiate ourselves from AI to somehow capitalize human capabilities. So somehow what we cannot replace, the unique feature that we cannot replace by AI, and that is something that we develop. For example, as a professor, maybe you don't, something that cannot replace is the empathy and your personal care to the student. This cannot be replaced, even though we know AI can somehow program to show emotions, show artificial empathy, but it is not genuine, right? So we know it's not authentic. So people still prefer human touch. If you want to learn something, they still prefer to have a human to help them to do that. Okay. So first, I will show you a video. It's a video from I think a television station about how they illustrate how generative AI work, especially how ChatGPT work. So it's from NBC. So you can consider a car as chatbot, ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a car, and the engine is actually GPT. So we heard about GPT-4, GPT-4o. So this is always the engine. Okay, and what we interact is actually the car, right? We don't interact with the engine, we interact with the car. That's why we have an interface. And if you go to OpenAI chat, you chat with the interface, and that is the car. And what is the field? The field is actually data. So they need to give the engine a lot of data to be able to train it, to understand the prediction and very accurate the context and things like that. So again, the GPT-4o is the model. We have different models, it's always coming out, a new one, GPT 4.5. And the thing we interact is the interface, it's the software. So ChatGPT is the software. Okay, so how they develop this product. So they first have collect all the text, a lot of text, abandoned text from web page. Wikipedia, for example, book sometimes is illegal, like they don't have the copyright, right? But they still doing it at this moment because there is no really regulation about that. Article, social, even gossip or chat, your chat history. And then they use an unsupervised learning process to train the model. And GPT is a series of language model based on neural network architecture. Okay, so we will not go deeper, but you just need to know it's based on neural network architecture. And it stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. So it uses a transformer architecture. And we will talk about what is transformer. So transformer architecture, I can show you first here. So you can consider it as a orchestra. Okay, so you have really orchestra performing a music, a piece of music, right? And you can consider each word. So we don't focus on image generation. We just focus on text generation. And you consider text. Each word in the text is a musician. And then the conductor is the attention mechanism. So there is a conductor in the middle of the concert, right? And that is the attention mechanism. So the conductor can select, okay, now I want to pay attention to the one who play violin. I want to focus on the one who play piano. Okay, and then he will select the person he want to focus or the word he want to focus. And then the rest need to adapt their music pattern according to that piano list or the one who play violin. Okay, so when they pay a certain attention to a certain word, then the rest need to adapt according to that word. Okay, and eventually they need to perform a very harmonious output, right? They need to perform a song, for example, so they need to create a harmonious output. And that's why all the people need to work together, all the world need to work together to be able to, to have a very nice output. And of course, you can have multiple conductors, multi-head attention. And so this is, again, a different mechanism. So anyway, so this is the transformer model, right? But it does not only can produce word text, it can also use transformer to produce image, for example. Okay, so here we talk about the architecture and then the pre-training. So they trained on vast amount of text data from the internet, books, and other sources. And in this case, the algorithm learned the patterns, the relationship and structure in language without specific tasks. So at this moment, we don't give a task, right? So they just learned it by themselves. So it's unsupervised learning. So during the pre-training process, the model predicts the next word given the previous word. So they always just predict the word. Okay, so given, for example, the context, the prompt, the current word they have already, so they will predict the next words. So they will select the most proper word. So this allows to learn grammar, facts, reasoning, and even some level of common sense. And we always heard about token, right? So you heard about, okay, what is the maximum token, the output of the token and input of the token. So tokenization, so it means the text is broken down into several tokens. It can be a small word, words or subwords. Okay, for example, policeman, maybe it breaks down to police and man. Okay, and the model process and generate text token by token. Okay, and in this case, we know that because it has an attention mechanism, that means it can weight the importance of different parts of the input. The conductor, right? So the conductor know, okay, now we need to pay attention to this word. So it knows, okay, we need to place more importance to this word. In this case, they can give different weight to different part of the input. That's why they can understand context over long sequences of text. And then we can also fine-tune it so it can be further trained on specific tasks or domain for better performance. So we already, for example, we already have GPT-4o. And maybe you are a doctor, you know a lot about, for example, Chinese medicine, for example, and you have collect a lot of data about Chinese medicine. For example, if you have headache, you need to do this, you need to take this herb and things like that. So you can use those data, you can create a data set and use that data set to train a model for the model to better understand a certain domain knowledge. And even though you don't have a chance to fine-tune your model, you can also use zero-shot or a few-shot learning. For example, you can give some example. So this related to prompt engineering. So we will learn a little bit later. So prompt engineering is about how you're going to communicate with the generative AI model. And in this case, they can understand you better. So the communication will be more effective. Okay, and here what we are going to pay attention is the inference. So when given a prompt, the model generates text by predicting the most likely next token. So for example, I'll show you this example. The student opened there. So you have a lot of like possibilities, right? So the student opened their books, laptop, exam, mind. So which one to choose, which one to predict based on the context, based on your prompt, right? So for example, if your prompt is talking about exam, maybe it will be student open their exams. If you're talking about, for example, future development, maybe then it's mind open their minds, right? So it's really based on the context, based on the prompt. And yeah, so that's why prompt engineering can be quite important because we kind of activate a certain area of the knowledge and then to be better to get a more relevant output. But here is all about text generation. So we say, okay, it predict the next word based on the context, based on the prompt, based on the knowledge they have. But what about image? We know image doesn't have any words, right? So what do they predict?
Pixels.
Yeah, the pixel, right? So if they found that, okay, you have a context with a lot of red pixel, then maybe the chance of having a red or orange pixel is much greater than having a green pixel, for example. Or if you know you are talking about flower, then the chance that you will have a red pixel is higher than green pixel, right? Or a black pixel, right? So in this case, it predict the pixel, and also for the sound, then it's just a unit of sound. That's how a multi-model large language model works. And when we talk about large language model, it doesn't only produce language. It can also produce image, sound, and things like that. That's why many people believe large language model is not really a good name because large language model can produce a lot of other media, for example. That's why they find it multi-model large language model to be very ridiculous long and not very accurate. Okay, and next we will talk about some image generation models, but I will just make it because we know there are so many different models, but I will just pick up two interesting examples. So for us to understand different generative AI models. So we talked about transformer already. Transformer is GPT. And now we will talk about GAN, so GANs. So the GANs model, we can use art forgery analogy. So it's a metaphor, right? So we can consider, okay, this model, generative adversarial network. So you have two components. One component is the forger. So the forger tried to generate fake artwork. So it's always the mission of the forger is to generate very authentic or very realistic artwork. And you have another component, which is the detective or the discriminator. So the job of the discriminator is to try to spot fake pictures. So you will show real picture and fake picture to the discriminator. And the discriminator, they need to differentiate, okay, which one is the real one, which one is generated by AI, which is a fake one. So this process again, keep running again and again and again. The forger always try to create fake art that can be as realistic as possible. And the detective tried to examine both the real and the fake artwork and try to really identify the fake one. So as this process continues, you can see eventually the forger, the generator, can create very realistic artwork, right? That can somehow cheat the detective, right? So the result is forger became so good that fake are indistinguishable from the real art. So that is how the generative adversarial networks work. Okay. And then we have the diffusion model. The diffusion model, probably you heard about stable diffusion. So it's a very famous open source model to generate images. Yeah, so diffusion model, there is a process. So start with a clear picture. For example, you can see this beagle picture, an image of a dog. And gradually the system try to add some noise to the images, right? So add a lot of noise and the image eventually become blur. Like eventually you cannot see anything from this image. But then you have another mechanism, another component try to remove the dust, try to remove the noise. So eventually the image, so by trying to remove the noise, they can somehow revert or try to find back the original image. And again, this process will continue again and again. And eventually what they can do is that AI can create new realistic image by denoising random noise. So they know what is noise, what is useful information. So by this process, they understand, okay, if I want to generate an image, what is the key information in the image and what will be the noise, right? So it allows us to control and to produce very high quality image. Okay, so this is just some example for you to, understand how this model works in a very simple way. But if you are interested in this, you can learn more here. Click this link and then you can learn more about this. But of course, this is not really accurate when I describe this model. It's just, for us to better understand. Okay, and then after talking about, some models, then we will take an overview of the history of generative AI. And we know that from early last century, 60th last century, we already have the chatbot, and then we have the development of neural networks and the rise of deep learning. We heard about deep learning already many years ago when we heard about DeepMind, the AlphaGo and things like that. And then we have the GANs model we just introduced. It was already there in 2014, right? And then you have the diffusion model, which is 2015. But then the release of ChatGPT 3.5, which is really the game changer, right, in 2022. So do you know why it takes so long? Even though we already have the model there, we have the neural network model already there in last century, in 1990s. But why we only have GPT 3.5 in 2022? So we have the model already there. But why it takes so long for us to have really the
processing capacity? It's kind of theory we had before, but we need the tools.
Yes, so I see. Yeah, it's correct actually, and also the online audience talk about that. So the computing power. At that time, we don't have the computing power, right? Now we talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA has, they sell graphic, GPU, right? So NVIDIA, this kind of company, they develop really powerful chips, that for us to process a great amount of data. And this is really important when we are going to train the model. Without that, it's very difficult to train the model, right? And also to run the model. So computing power is a key pillar of this model. And then we also have another pillar, which is the data. At that time, maybe we don't have so much open source data. And now that we have it, so it's also make it easier to train the model. Because eventually it's about the data. And we also heard about some developer nowadays in major company, they complain about, the data is not sufficient at this moment. So they argue that, we need to have more open source data for them to train a better model. Okay. Yeah, so these are the three pillars of generative AI model. So first, the model, of course, you need to have more advanced model, and then the data and the computing power. Okay, and this is a relevant study of how, these different, like for example, how the computing power can influence the, the performance of the test score. And we know large language model, the name really implies the size of the model. So large language model is very large. That means they have a lot of parameters, to be able to predict the next word, they need to have a lot of parameters. And you have seen some open source model, for example, Llama, you see Llama 7B, Llama like 1.5B. So what does the B mean? It means the billion. So they have billion parameters. So it means it's really large, right? We know, for example, a very simple linear regression, right? Y equals ax plus b, you have only like a really small amount of parameter. But then, considering you have 1.5 billion parameters, then they can make really the output very accurate. But it doesn't mean the larger the better, because of course, when you reach a certain like a degree, then the contribution of the data set size or the model size is decreased. And that's why many developers now, or these large language models, they try to come up with a different way. Not only just increase the size, because traditionally increasing the size of the model is the most effective way to improve the performance. But somehow they found that, okay, it's very costly, and maybe the performance increase is not really significant anymore. But then you also see, like for example, DeepSeek, they don't have really a super large model, but their performance is really good compared with, for example, GPT 4.5 or Grok, right? Grok 3 by Elon Musk is really a large, super large model. Okay. And the current development of generative AI, I will show you some, the most promising model at this moment. So this is from yesterday. So you can see Gemini 2.5 now is considered as the best of the best. So, and then followed by GPT 4.0. So GPT 4.0 has a big upgrade. So it is not the GPT 4.0 you use, like for example, 2 weeks ago. It is now much better. Some people believe it is even better than the GPT 4.5. But GPT 4.5 is very costly, especially if you are going to use it. I think if you are not a pro user, maybe you can only use it several times a day. And if you are using it for API, it's super expensive. I think it's like 20 times more expensive than GPT 4.0. And the reason why they're so expensive is because, again, it is a very, very large model. So the cost to run it, the energy it consumes to run it is really huge. But the performance is not necessarily much better, right? But according to my experience, so GPT 4.5 has outperformed other model in terms of humanness. So it's much like a human. So in this case, you can ask it to write a task. It is nice to ask it to write a sample, write an essay, write a small article. It's pretty good. But if you use it to program, maybe it's not really needed because it's super expensive. And we also see DeepSeek V3. So V3 is not R1, so it is not the reasoning model. So we need to differentiate two different types of model. One is reasoning. So reasoning model, they will talk with themselves before they send you the the output. They will think again and again and again, and then talk with themselves. So you can see their reasoning process. So eventually the output will be more accurate because they have been like tested by itself. But of course, the speed is very slow for reasoning model. Okay, and what I'm going to introduce is these 5 main player at this moment. So they are really, really good in terms of the accuracy and the cost. So the first one, I think most of you already use, so GPT, so OpenAI ChatGPT, and is still the leading player at this moment because they, even though maybe their model, many companies, they claim they have the best model, better than GPT, but still, they have the most user and because they're the first player, right? And they also have a lot of different functions. For example, they have the deep search. They have they have the first search, launch the search function, and then Canva operator. I don't know if you use the operator, so it help you so the operator take over your computer, and then you can ask it to perform a certain job. For example, you can ask it to write an article using your Word document. So it take over your computer, right? Okay, but at this moment, only the pro user can use it, I think. And it also have some, different function, right? Okay, and then Gemini, probably you know it already because you know about Notebook LM. We are also going to talk about Notebook LM today. And they also have a lot of very nice products. For example, Code Scientist and Learn About. So they are free. So they have this very nice free trial. And also they have the AI Studio where we will really focus today, which is completely free, where we can use really the latest model and very effective, super effective model. So they are low cost and fast. And we have the DeepSeek, which is also a game changer because they are open source, which means everybody can actually download it. If you have a super strong computer, you can download and install it in your own computer. That means we don't need to rely on the other provider anymore. So we don't need to worry about maybe tomorrow OpenAI is going to bankrupt or they have some problem with their data and things like that. Okay, and then we have Claude 3.7 is also a very popular model for writing and for programming because it's very fast and the cost is also very low. And then we have you can see Claude 3.7 Sonnet in terms of the accuracy is actually higher, even higher than OpenAI 01. So 01 is a reasoning model, which means that it is very costly, but it's even outperform OpenAI 01. But we know this kind of test, it can also it's not really reliable because you can cheat in terms of this test. You can use the test question to train your model, right? So it is not really reliable. So I would suggest you to go to this website. So this website is called lmarena.ai. So you can go to that website. I will show you how to use this website. So it's lmarena.ai. So this website provides you opportunity to compare really all the latest models. So how it works so it works by giving you two model blindly. So you ask a question. For example, I ask a question, who is Elon Musk? Okay, and then this two model is going to answer it. But you don't know which model is whom, right? So you don't know who, for example, you don't know whether model A is OpenAI or model B maybe is DeepSeek. So you don't know which one is which. Okay, but you keep the two, you have the answer produced by both model, and then you can you can compare it. So you believe, okay, which one is better? So you give a score. So you feel A is better, B is better, or it's a tie, or both are good, are bad. So you give kind of evaluation to it. So based on this evaluation, because it's blind, so nobody know which model is which. So they give this leaderboard. So leaderboard is based on the evaluation from the user. So you can see at this moment, Gemini 2.5 is still the best in terms of the awareness score is 1,000, is much higher than the rest. And today we are also going to have the chance to use it, and you can share your opinion with it. Okay. So this is, you can always come to this web page to know the latest trend of the model development. So which one is really leading at this moment. So in this case, you don't need to really need to search news. You can always go to this website and then get the latest information. And also it give you a chance. For example, I want to try DeepSeek. For example, it provides really a lot of model, over 70 models. So you can try all this model by yourself. But of course, you cannot use it to do very complex tasks. It's more about, if you have an idea, you want to brainstorm, and you just don't want to rely on only one source. You don't just want to rely on GPT. You want to have different opinion from different large language model, right? So it's a nice place for you to brainstorm. So you can have a question and then try to ask every large language model how they feel. For example, I have an idea about a paper. Can you give me more specific idea based on this idea? And then in this case, you can get all the idea from different large language models. So it's a nice way to brainstorm. Okay, great.
Very, very interesting.
Okay, I think we can continue. And we have some questions from the online audience. First, is fine-tuning a process of read or just the weighting so that better fit with the specific task? So fine-tuning is a way, it's a kind of, so you prepare a data set where with some question and then the answer. It helps it to understand a certain question better. And for this workshop, we will also help you to prepare your data set if you want to do fine-tuning. Like, for example, if you have a lot of PDF, like you collect a lot of PDF from your research, or you have a book, and then how to turn this book into a data set. So we will talk a very nice instrument to convert that. And then you can use that data set to fine-tune any model you want. For example, GPT, or you want to use DeepSeek to fine-tune it. Okay. And next, will the full slide be shared? Yes. So the slide will be shared after this, and then the recording will also be shared. So you will receive a link to the recording as well. And okay, we have 154 people coming. Okay. So the next we are going to talk is Grok 3 by X, so developed by Elon Musk. So according to the benchmark, it's quite good, but again, it's very costly. It's a super, super large model. That means it's not very environmental friendly. Okay. So but it also have the function deep search and think. So again, there are lots of different options for deep search. And then today we are also going to try some of them and then see how it works and what can be relevant for our research. And here is the benchmark. So you can see Grok 3 and actually outperform other model, but you can see the difference really small. So do we really need such a large model when we are going to just perform a simple task, for example, write an email? Do we really need it? Maybe it will create, some very negative impact for our environment. So again, later we will talk about how should we decide which model to use. What are some guidelines for us? And so for generative AI application, so I will talk about some general application, not specific to our research context, but it just give you some understanding. And then next we are going to brainstorm how can us benefit from this application. Like text generation, so you already know about that. Image generation, audio generation, and then video generation, code generation, data generation. So you can ask it to create a data set. So that's where tomorrow we were going to talk about that. And also avatar. So we can create a avatar for ourselves and also a virtual world. So we can create a whole virtual world by using a prompt. For example, I want to create a world where everything's black or things like that, right? So you can use it to create a virtual world for, like, for example, for gaming, for education, metaverse platform. Okay, and then we are going to talk about prompt engineering, which you heard about it already so many times, right? So, and many people say it's not needed anymore because now we have very, very clever model that you don't need it. They understand you already, but it's still needed, like, because we can consider different model as different level of student. So you have very, like, for example, GPT 3.5 maybe is a bachelor student, but now we have DeepSeek R1 maybe is a PhD student. But to be able to ask them to perform a certain job, right? For example, you still need to communicate with them, right? You still need to tell what you need and what do you expect from them. But maybe for DeepSeek, you know, it's more clever. Maybe your prompt doesn't need to be so delicate anymore because it can understand things better. But you still need to clearly ask it and then to really convey your needs and demand explicitly. Okay, so in other words, prompt engineering is about we need to say something that generative AI can easily understand and follow. And also because we know how it works, so we are going to activate a certain part of the knowledge to place an importance, right, to a certain part of the knowledge. So for the conductor to be able to better predict the next words that we are going to have. For example, if we are going to talk about interview, but if you are going to ask about interview, it can be a lot of different interview, right? It can be job interview, research interview. So if now we tell them, okay, you are a job interviewer, then it make it somehow help it to limit the knowledge, right? So now it will only focus on the job context. It will not talk about other interview like university interview, right? So it help prompt engineering help it to locate which knowledge they are going to rely on. So place the importance on certain part of the knowledge. Okay. So here are some different techniques for prompt engineering, and I will upload a really specific technique guideline for you later. But I will just introduce some of the techniques that I think is very useful. For example, few shot prompting. Like, for example, you show some example. You are going to write ask it to produce some email. So you just give some example of the email that you have wrote earlier. And in this case, it can help better for the model to understand your preferred style, your preferred form of address, things like that, right? So few short prompting is about to provide a few examples before the main question. So if you are going to do text annotation, so to help the model to classify your text into different categories, so you can also provide some example for it to understand. For example, I am going to classify the text into two categories. One is positive comment, the other is negative comment. And here are some few examples I already classified. So in this case, it helps it better understand your demand. And then we have another technique, which is this one, AI interview techniques. So for example, if you want to travel to somewhere, but you are still not sure where you want to travel. So maybe you can ask the model to be an interviewer and try to ask questions to you to understand your preference, right? So in this case, you don't need to ask question, but the AI asks question, and then the AI determine your preference based on your answer. So this is a reverse, instead of you ask the question, AI asks question and you answer. And eventually AI can produce the things that maybe you prefer. So these are some possible techniques that you can use when communicate with generative AI. And also many people believe that in the future, maybe literature, like this kind of liberal art maybe again a popular major because it help us better to communicate, right? For example, communication major will be really important because it will help us to communicate with AI, and communicating with AI maybe become a really important part of our life. Okay, and here is a quote from Sam Altman. So AI super intelligent could be just a few thousand days away, where it means that maybe we will have a super powerful agent that can understand you very, very well and can be really crazy in the future. And now I want you to do a small exercise. So you will think about what is your current task for your teaching, for your research, especially for research. Okay, let's focus on research. What is your task at this moment? And which task really takes up a lot of time? And you can write it down or write it in a Word document and try to see if any of these tasks can be automated or can be improved by generative AI. Okay, so try to think about.
Hvis man er litt trøtt og
Nei.
jetlag, da.
Nei, så jeg kjenner jeg trøttere i dag enn i går. Så. Men skal jeg følge med så lenge jeg kan, men ja.
Okay. Okay, so I will give you maybe 2 minutes so you can write down the task and for the online attendance, you can send it in the chat function. So first write down all the tasks that you do or, for your research, and then highlight some of them that are very relevant to generative AI, that you think that generative AI can help. Maybe you don't have a solution yet how generative AI can help for that kind of task, but just write it down. Then we can see if we have a tool or if we have any solution for that or not. I'm going to read the chat. Task related to reviewer role, very good. We were going to talk about that later. Summarize key finding of a paper. Yeah, we were going to do that as well today. Literature review, identify a relevant gap in literature review. Yeah, we are going to do that as well. Meanwhile, we have some questions. So if we use this model for text analysis or text data generation, how can we check if there is bias present or not in the model? Yes, they will. And there are certain way for us to identify and we will talk about that tomorrow in the more advanced topic. And we have another question. Is there one prompt engineering technique better than the other one, or does it depend on the task? It depends on the task, really. So it doesn't have really one better than the other one. Like, for example, if you're going to do text annotation, then few-shot prompt engineering is a good one. Okay, so let me... Metric analysis, that's good. Identify relevant articles, summarize them in relevant way. 5 relevant research questions. Literature review, analysis of result, brainstorm idea. Okay. Theorizing, help in explaining a complex analysis model. Finding support for research hypothesis, write paper from different ranking. Statistical analysis. Okay. Proofreading, grammar, yeah, that's the one we are also going to talk about. Provide an overview of how was concept X manipulated in previous research. Very good. We are going to talk about as well. Summarizing large text, analyzing large data set, language, and proofreading code generation. analyze interview data, summarizing paper, reading literature, create theme for qualitative study. Yes, we are going to do that as well this afternoon. Integrate theoretical perspective, perhaps identify overarching theoretical framework. Yes. Entity name recognition. Yes, recognition we are going to do. Thematic analysis. Yes, discuss more inspiration. Generate vignette scenario for my social science experiments that can be well done by it. Conduct pilot study and get data to see what results are going before I go to polyphony. Yes. So that's thematic data where you ask the large language model to pretend it is a participant, right? And then replicate the data. Exam stimuli, good. Address review comment, yes. Okay, so anybody would like to share here? What is the task that you feel like generative AI can help you? Or maybe you don't have the solution yet, but you want it to help you. Yeah.
Right now, to help me write introduction for a journal article, just how to tell the story
Yeah, okay.
in a good way. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
For me, it was data analysis a lot. So that I could use R, for which you need coding, and I could handle R a bit, but it took forever. And for a recent research project, I needed analysis that I couldn't do with SPSS, and I could never have done it actually with, I mean, it would have taken years actually. So
yeah.
It's really good.
Yes. So I asked it to produce the R code for me, and then I copy it to R and then run it in R. Because at this moment, I believe in the future you can just upload your file there and then ask it to do the analysis there. And already GPT already have that function, but it is still not that good because certain analysis, for example, mediation analysis, they don't have the package, so they cannot do it anymore there. So, but yeah, there are things that we can do, and we are going to cover in this workshop one by one. So here I listed some of the less discussed possibility scenario. So use cases. For example, create an app to reply to students' email. That's very helpful, right? Because some of them, they always ask the same question that you already mentioned in the syllabus, but they still ask it. So if I can create a chatbot, so every time they receive a student email, they check if they can find the answer. And if not, then they can inform me, then I can reply by myself. Convert a Word document into a LaTeX to fit a journal submission guideline. I think many of you struggle about, reformatting your thing, right? Your submission to a journal, because every journal have different submission guideline. But luckily now we can just have the Word document and we ask it to convert it to a LaTeX. And for different journal, they have different LaTeX template. And then just one click, then you can have the download it and then you can submit it immediately. We will also try to see here, use browser use. So browser user is an application to collect email address of target researchers. For example, you want to collect researcher email of a certain institute, you just ask it to take over your browser, and then it can do it for you automatically. Use deep research to find reviewer relevant to my work, because we know for some journal submission, they ask you to recommend reviewer. And some journal, they ask you to recommend 7 reviewer, which is crazy, right? So of course, for us, we always recommend those people who are in our reference list. But what about we use deep research we send our abstract and help it to identify researcher based on this abstract, and also find the email address and find the institute as well, so we can copy paste the information immediately. And create a customized assistant to search relevant scale. For social science, we have a lot of scale. So I want to have an agent to help me to, if I want to measure customer satisfaction, then, recommend a scale for me. But it needs to be real scale, that not just, random scale invented by ChatGPT, right? It needs to have a source. use large language model to annotate text data, generate synthetic data, generate realistic experimental material. And that's, we are going to cover all this in this workshop. Okay. But then before we move to the next topic, I would like you to think about what can be problematic with large language model, right? Because it is not always perfect, right? There are lots of ethical concern. We know every technology can backfire at certain moments, right? For researcher, of course. Recently, I reviewed a paper from a kind of a top journal, and it is well written. That paper is well written, but at the end of the reference, they actually cited 2 papers of me, and then I saw my name is Xu Zhongyu. I was really confused why I am Xu Zhongyu, and I checked all the other author names, they are wrong. Because apparently they use generative AI to format the reference. So they want to convert it from APA to, to Harvard, where, your name, or another reference style where your first name will also be mentioned. But instead of, they really search your real name online. They just invent a name for you. So all the names are wrong, right? So even though this paper is well written and, and they use generative AI for certain tasks that it is permissible, right? Use it to convert a reference, of course, is permissible, but you give a very bad impression that you don't check, you don't pay sufficient detail, to the manuscript. Yeah. So yeah, that can be backfire. Okay, but apart from this, for example, we have an online audience about bias and prejudice, right? So we can see a study published at PNAS Nexus. So they compare the cultural orientation of some major large language model together with, people from all over the world. And you can see GPT-4o, GPT 3.5, GPT-4, they align very well with people from which continent? Europe, right? Europe and North America. But they are very different from, for example, people from Eastern Europe, Ukraine, you can see Bulgaria, China, Africa, right? You can see Yemen, Nigeria. So of course, because most of the data set they use to train the model is from the West, right? So in this case, their cultural orientation will, of course, more similar to the cultural orientation of the West. So eventually, for example, if I want to ask it to write an email to a Japanese, maybe they don't take into account of, how the cultural nuances, and they just write it in a Western way, right? The West way. And also gullibility, which is also machine heuristic. For example, if your colleagues give you a solution, and they find this solution is very different from the one proposed by ChatGPT, for example, then which one do you trust more? So do you trust your colleague or ChatGPT, right? And other issue, for example, accountability, plagiarism, or over dependence, right? Produce negative self-perception, dehumanization, unethical behavior, impaired memory. For example, there is a study now because we outsource too much thing to OpenAI or to ChatGPT, we have a less good memory, because we did not practice a lot. We always believe, okay, if we save it in our chat history, then I don't need to memorize anymore. But this can somehow impair our memory. And about dehumanization is a study conducted by me and Shujing Rou from Peking University. And we conduct a study, online field experiment. So we ask people who never interact with generative AI, and then we assign them into 2 groups. One group, we ask them to finish the task every day with generative AI. And the other group, we ask them to do it alone. And then we have 4 tasks. So for example, they need to create promotional content for family travel. So every day they receive different tasks and they need to do it either themselves or with generative AI. And every day we measure their self-dehumanization level. And on the last day, we don't ask them to do any tasks anymore, but we still measure their self-dehumanization level and also their unethical behavior. And you can see the last day is 7 days after their last task. So we want to see whether this effect still persists even after 1 week. So here is the result. We can see here is how we measure self-dehumanization and unethical behavior. Okay, so you can see from the first day, you can see already a big difference between the self-dehumanization level. So those people who work together with generative AI, they feel themselves less like a human. Okay, already on the first day. The second day is getting bigger. The difference is getting bigger, bigger, bigger. Even 1 week after the last task, this effect still persists, but it's much smaller. So it go back to the original level, but still there. Right. So you can see it's really interesting for us to know this. And they are more likely, those people who work together with generative AI, they are more likely to commit unethical behavior because they feel like, if you feel yourself less like a human, you also feel yourself less restricted by human social norms, social rule, regulation, things like that. Okay.
So they randomly assigned to the groups or voluntary?
No, they randomly assign, so they don't have the choice to choose. Yeah, and they all don't have any experience with generative AI before. So at that time, still possible because you still have people who never use ChatGPT, but now it's so difficult to find those people anymore. But we replicate this study again with people who use generative AI. This effect still exists. Okay, and next I'm going to introduce this tool, which is my website. So Generative AI for Research Initiative. All the tools we mentioned in this workshop will be there. And so you can find the toolkit page there. And so we have different pages. For example, the toolkits where you need. So you will go there and it is arranged based on different tasks. So for example, here we go to toolkit. It has different language version. So you have English, Norwegian, and Chinese. Choose the one you want. Yeah, okay. So the toolkit, for example, large language model, if you need one, human research, content generation, coding. For example, for coding, we have Lovable. This one is this afternoon we need Lovable. And then tomorrow we need Cursor. Okay, so they're all there, so you can just use it to navigate which tool you need to use. Okay, and also something I want to mention is about responsible use. So we have several studies now coming out, and they are talking about, for example, university policy in terms of generative AI usage. So we collect all the policy, so top 100 schools policy about generative AI usage, and based on that, we propose common use that you can follow. For example, use in coursework, academic integrity, assessment design, what should you follow? So you can go there. And we also have a preprint about some recommended approach, right? Yeah. So here is guideline for responsible use of generative AI in research. So we propose a guideline, so you can take a look and see. And we also have a paper coming out also about this. Yeah, so you can always refer back. If you are not sure about whether it is okay to use it in that certain task, then you can refer here to see if it's okay. And this guideline is not just invented by us, it's by summarizing the European Union guideline and also top 100 research school guideline. So we find a common sense. Okay, great. And we are now going to move to our first specialized topic, which is literature review. So again, I want to show you the GitHub page. And now for the in-person audience or people here, you can check the handout of the first document, which is literature review and management. And for the online audience, now you should download this one. and then open this one. Okay, and this one. Everybody should have this ready here. And since it's a workshop, so we already finished the theoretical part, so it will now be very interactive. So you should use your computer and try to do it yourself. And even you are online, you should also do it yourself, right? Try to make mistake, and if you encounter some mistake, then I can help you to solve it. What can you use this? And we are going to talk about five tools today. This for the literature review, which is connective papers, keenness, consensus for literature review. And then we are going to talk about SciSpace and Notebook LM for literature management. So there are two different purposes. One is literature review, means they help you to search for literature. And the other is literature management, means that you have many papers and you want to index a certain concept, you want to organize certain, want to identify a certain research gap, you want to read it in a very quick way, right? So in this case, you will use a literature management. And then we have critical analysis of this tool and the comparative tool used across different research workflows. So let's go to the last page first. So go to the last page. Then you have this table, and this table show you when should you use which tool. Like for example, the first one is initial exploration. So if you are doing like interdisciplinary research and you just have a new, okay, I want to find something about like large language model for topic modeling, for example. And you are not familiar at all about this topic, because I know if you are familiar with this topic, you don't need to do literature review, right? You already have all those papers there. But if you have an unfamiliar topic and you want to get familiar with this topic, and you want to understand the landscape of this field, at this moment, what are the most important literature there? Identify key research question at this moment, then we use consensus. Okay, now we will use together. So go to consensus. And all the tool I use today, they provide a free version. So it means that you can still use it even though you don't pay for it. But of course, they will have some certain limit, but it should be sufficient for us. Okay.
What was the reason you chose these services? For instance, in the BI page, they said it's different tools.
No, all these tools, they are actually at the BI page as well, but they have different tools. There are more tools at the BI library recommended page. But I try all these tools, and I think this one is more user-friendly, for example, and it's more effective. Like for example, at the BI library, you have the Rapid, something with Rapid, and I try, it's really difficult to use, but it's free, but it's not very user-friendly.
Consensus seems not working.
No, strange, right? Probably the server is down, which is very rare. Okay, then we move to the next one, maybe connected papers. Or we can use SciSpace to, replace this. But yeah, okay, let's use SciSpace then. SciSpace. SciSpace also have this function. Okay, now we're at SciSpace. So we replace SciSpace with we replace consensus with SciSpace. And also, I did not receive any sponsor. Okay, even though SciSpace contacted me before, but I did not agree to have a
What did they offer?
So they offer me to host a webinar for them to just to recommend it.
Are they
But
gonna,
actually, they're
gonna pay?
yeah. but I don't know how much. Okay, so we have site space now. And now here we are going to do a literature review, right? So you already have something in your mind, right? So maybe you can think about something that is really far away from your research field, that you are not really comfortable using just Google research, just Google Scholar. Because for Google Scholar, you need to still read every paper one by one and then see the citation, which journal they're from. And this can take a lot of time. But of course, that is a traditional way, and it can be you can produce quality output as well. But yeah, the time wise, it is very time consuming. But here I will just show you example. For example, I want to know those people who do large language model for topic modeling. Okay, so they use, topic modeling, we normally use LDA, right? In Python, we have a package and then we do topic modeling. But can we do this kind of topic modeling task? Like, for example, for large language model, maybe it's called theme generation or, topic generation, right? So can we do this using large language model? Okay, so then after this, we can click enter. So you just mention a topic and as specific as possible, okay? And then it will conduct a deep review. So I have enhanced the query with your input. We can submit direct. You can submit directly, so you can see if this is good one. Okay, seems good. Various domain, maybe I don't need various domain. I don't want to emphasize this. So you can revise a little bit and submit now. And then it will run from the background, to do this kind of thing. So it takes some time. So for consensus, it's the same. So if you enter a topic, they will try to recommend some of the most relevant paper for you. Okay, now we can see here, we found 108 paper. So a large-scale study of relevant assessment with large language model. Okay, seems not so relevant. Short text topic modeling technique, application and performance, a survey seems also not relevant, right? Short text topic modeling with distribution, quantification, and negative sampling, also not so relevant. So it's more general thing, but let's wait, because in the end, they will still find a relevant paper for you.
Shubin, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can quality check the results that you get up? Because I've used Kinesis a little bit and it seems to be working in the same way, but often what comes up would be articles that have been either self-published or clearly not peer-reviewed, or so how can you make sure that what you get is actually...
You need to do it manually, especially with Canvas. They always, all these platforms, they tend to prefer open source paper, which are, in many cases, they are lower quality. And because they have the access to open, access paper, right? So they are more easily to recommend that kind of paper to you. So eventually you need to take a look by yourself and judge.
Can't you write in the prompt something that...
Like ABS?
Yeah, you can maybe ask it to, only focus on top quality journal, but they also have different, criteria or, of high quality. Maybe it's not the same criteria in your field. Maybe in your field, you feel like, okay, I just use like ABS4 or FT50, but maybe they only focus on citation or impact factor. So yeah, maybe you should try to address the prompt a little bit and see what will be the output. Yeah, but for me, I always just see what they recommend, and I still go through one by one to see which journal they publish, because some you can just skip it, because sometimes they recommend like master thesis, right? So you can just skip it, right? Okay, so even though they propose, they have checked many papers, but eventually they still produce the answer from top 20 papers they found. Okay, so you can see it here. Fine-tuning large language model, back of sentence, graphic embedding, multi-topic modeling, things like that. So short text topic modeling. So you can take a look at all this thing, see. But eventually you still need to go back to the original paper, for example, here, and then see where it is from, which journal it published, and things like that. Oh, I found my paper.
Yay.
So these are the top 20 paper. So you can see it here. So this one is actually the most relevant one, topic modeling for short text with large language model, right? So, but the first one they recommend, yeah, this one, yeah, it's also good. It's a new one actually. I did not know it. So it's about enhanced short text topic modeling with a fine-tuned model. Okay, and then topic modeling with fine-tuned LM. Okay. Okay, so eventually you can see the results still quite nice. So all the key papers are recommended there. So now you need to read all those papers, right? But one by one, and then see which one is really the most important one. And for example, if I know already this one is really important. Okay, this one, topic modeling for short text with large language model. I know it's very important. So I copy paste this one. And now the next topic we are going to, next tool we are going to introduce is called connected paper. So now we know which paper is very important, right? So next we are going to go to connected paper to identify papers that are similar to this paper. Okay, so we copy paste the paper we found from SciSpace. Okay, so we identify this paper as the most important one, and then we copy the name of this one. You can copy also the, you know, the DOI number as well. Okay, so now we use it and build a graph. Yeah, and they found this one. So this one is actually the one we are going to find. Okay, we click. So based on this paper, they now create a map for us. So next, I'm going to help you to interpret this map. So everyone arriving at this stage, if no, then just type random paper that you in your field that you think is very important, or your old paper. Okay, maybe try with your old paper.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah. And see if, because you know your paper the best, right? So you know which one is really similar to you. Okay, and everybody arrive at this page. Then I will help you to interpret this graph. This graph, first, it is not about citation. Okay, so it's not about who cite whom, right? It's about which paper looks similar with your paper. Okay, which paper is similar. So if it's closer to you, that means it's similar to you. Okay, so you can see these three papers are actually the most similar one.
Similar based on what?
Semantic, I think, you know, the word they use, the keywords. I don't know the algorithm, but it is, I think, if you, yeah, for large language model, I think it's based on semantic similarity. So you can also see it here, help. Okay, so paper are arranged according to their similarity. This is not a citation tree, okay? And node size is the number of citations. So if you see a circle that is bigger, that means they have more citation. So of course, you want those papers that are cited more, right? So then in this case, you want to find similar paper, but also highly cited paper. You can also see the color means different year. So because now I only search for the last 5 years, right? So the deeper means the more recent one. Of course, you also prefer recent research, right? Yeah.
What kind of citations does it use? Google Scholar, Scopus?
I think they use their own citation. Let's double check. Okay. Because I checked earlier, you know, the citation they report, it seems it's not really the citation in Google Scholar. So we can double check, maybe try to use your own one, grow text advertising, maybe. So this one, they have 4 citation, and let's go to Google Scholar to see. Eventually they have, here they have 8. So yeah, you see they are not really similar. So I think they use their own system. Like ResearchGate, they also have their own system, right? So yeah.
Can this work with non-published papers? Like if you want to look at something that you've developed or you're developing and you want to see, is it possible to upload and to see how it's? I don't know if that would make sense.
I don't think that makes sense because you still need to summarize because you cannot input a lot of text to it. It is more a search engine, right? So eventually you need to summarize the paper you have wrote and then summarize it to the topic and then search here. Yeah. Because it's a search engine, it's not really a chat interface, but maybe you should go to SciSpace. So here is more a search engine, but SciSpace is more a chat interface. You can see it here, right? So you can go to the home page. So it's more you can maybe copy paste your paper and then ask it to find similar paper for you. But in this case, I would recommend use Canvas. Canvas, they it's the third tool that we are going to introduce, this one. Canvas. So it's more about find evidence for specific argument. So if, for example, if you have a hypothesis, and then you already wrote your hypothesis development based on your theoretical framework, but a certain sentence or argument you need to find backup, then you can select that sentence and then to see if Canvas can provide a support for you. But I am not very happy with the result, right? Have you tried? It's not really super good, right? It's too general. I think all the argument or all the literature they propose are quite general, but they are the only one that have this kind of words plugin. So I will show you. So they have this Canvas plugin. So you can click on it. You can install in your Word document. Like for example, I just copy oh yeah, now you need to, if you want to use deep review model, now you need to pay. Then you can use the standard one. Okay, let's just randomly click one. Okay, so for example, I have this sentence. And then I want to find the citation to support this sentence. Then I can just sign in. So BI has a paid version for it, so you can use it. Did not receive anything. But okay, let's try the free version. It's for using text. So I select this text, and then it will recommend your highlighted text will influence your result more than the rest of the document. So it recommend this one to support it. And you can see this one is actually the paper, right? Is it the same paper? Yeah, it's the same paper, right? So you can see it. But for example, if you want to just write an argument, for example, a higher price lead to higher quality perception. Probably. You know, there are many studies of this, right? So you can again highlight this one. And then to see if you can find a relevant paper to support this argument. Okay, so it has several one like price signaling. Yeah, this one is quite relevant. And then again, you can see the journal they propose, they are not necessarily the best journal in your field. Like all this journal, right? See, it's not really the best of the best. So it's again the problem. I think they really prioritize the free open access journal over the the journal that that is the best from your field. Okay, great. So that is how we use this 3 tool to do literature review. And we have several new questions from the online audience. Okay, so an online audience say, I try to have a literature review on a given theme for 100 Q1 article, and it gave me a list saying below is a literature review focused on behavior theme of the 100 hypothetical Q1 articles. What does hypothetical mean in this case? I don't know which tool you use. Maybe you can specify which tool you use. And then we have a new question. I have a question. Is Grammarly worth it this day? Have they improved their model with generative AI? Yeah, they claim themselves with they have used generative AI model, but I can see I also used Grammarly, but they still quite similar with the previous. So all the recommendations are still quite similar. So I don't use Grammarly now to really to proofread my paper. I just use other large language model. I don't think you need Grammarly, because it's actually quite expensive, right? And you have many free choice for you, and you can actually build an automatic one. So you can build an automatic app. So if you upload your document, your Word document, then it show you the change. Because you don't want to, to allow them to change the whole text completely. Because then sometimes they make it very AI. You don't want it, so you want them to, when they change, they leave a mark that they change this, that they change this, and then comment why they change this. So you can build an automatic system, use different large language model to convert original Word document to a commented version. And then you can see all the track change and things like that. Okay. That require automation, which we will talk about it later. And that is more advanced topic. Okay, but before we move on, then we will talk about literature management. So SciSpace not only have the literature review function, it also have the literature management. So for example, if you go to this menu, then you have My Library, where you have My Notebook, right? So where you can upload many article there. So you can, or you have another function called Chat with PDF. So Chat with PDF is a function where you can upload a PDF and then, for example, let's upload the one that the require reading for this thing. So maybe you can just upload a random paper that you want to, or just one of our recommended reading. So if you go to reading, you can download one. So maybe we can download the last one. So ChatGPT outperform Crowd Worker for text annotation. You download it and then you upload it to the platform. Okay, so you upload the PDF. So this one. Select a collection. So I select notebook. That is my library, but you can create your own collection. And this collection can be based on different projects. For example, I'm writing a paper now about large language model, then I create a project especially for that. Or if you're writing about one about grotesque advertising, then you can create another project with it. So try to organize your knowledge base effectively. So now this is the uploaded version of the PDF. And then you can ask it, for example, which model they investigated in this paper. Okay, and then you can, so it's like somebody read this paper for you and you just chat with that person to get the information from this paper. Okay, so the model they use is ChatGPT, and then released in November 2022. That is the answer that it showed it to you. But this is not very practical because, of course, it is not very relevant for our research, right? Because our research is more like we have a lot of paper. And then maybe sometimes we forget a concept from which paper. We know we have read it, but we forget which paper it is. Then in this case, you should upload a great number of papers and ask it to find the source for you. And you should also see here, you have the citation, which means you can locate where this information from. So ChatGPT's role, then is this two citation, and you can locate, there's a button locate in PDF, and you can find it, okay, it's here. Okay, so we can read it. But what if we have many papers? Then we have a free tool, which is Notebook LM, and I think you already know it because it's really powerful and it's free, completely free. So for me, I've already have different projects. So you can see from here, I have project regarding to generative AI policy for higher education. I have a paper which I need to do revision, and I have revision, generative AI for education, build a career in AI, generative AI for work. So I have different projects, and for different projects, I have different PDF. And this allows me to not interfere, different knowledge with different project, because for different project, for a specific project, I just want to focus on this. Okay, and let's just give you an example with this one, which only have 3 papers. And this 3 papers is about the effectiveness of using AI interviewer. So instead of using human, we use AI interviewer. And what about the effectiveness? And currently there are 3 very relevant papers there. So you can have this paper all there, right? And especially if you are very lazy, you just want to first, before you read each paper in depth, you want to have a brief understanding of the current research. You can ask it to summarize the 3 papers and write a logical literature review. Or you can have different prompt. For example, you want the literature review to cover this part, about the effectiveness, about the strength, the weakness. So it depends on your preference. But here I just want to have a very vague, a very general overview of these 3 papers. Then this tool, they will check each paper and they will summarize and write a literature review for you. Yeah, so this is the the summary for each paper. So the first paper, this paper is talking about this, and it also gives you the citation, and they give you the citation as well. And the second paper talk about this. The third paper talk about this. And then they are going to give you also a paragraph trying to connect these three papers, and then to see, okay, what is the highlight, what is the gap, so you can still continue. Can you identify research gap that this three paper did not answer? Okay. So you can follow up to try to see what is still missing in this three paper. And maybe your paper will somehow serve as a bridge to connect this. So you can see, drawing on the information in the source, there are several questions that are not fully answered. So here is the first one. So they did not answer this. Long-term impact and societal implication. The second one is comparative effectiveness of different large language model architecture and training methodology for interviewing. And the last one, optimizing AI behavior for diverse research. So you can see these are all the research gaps they identify. Yeah.
Is that based on what they write themselves in the paper, or is it based on what the...
Both. Sometimes you have the last section, they will propose future research direction. So they will make use of that information. But sometimes the model is based on Gemini. They propose new thing that they think that can be relevant. But if it is mentioned there, then they will show it here. You can see the citation. So if it's from the paper, then they will give it the answer there. But this one, you see, there is no any citation. So it probably just invented by or proposed by the model by itself. Yeah.
What is the main difference? Like if it's ChatGPT, like they also submit results and.
Yeah, but ChatGPT, you can only upload like 5 PDF, but this you can up to 20 PDF. So the size is larger, and it can based on different project that you want. Yeah.
What about ontological and epistemological choices of AI? Could you notice that it has preference towards, for example, more positivistic research, towards more critical studies, or it just combines everything together?
I just combine. Just combine everything together. Yeah.
But if I make it more clear, for example, look within critical studies, it will do that, or it cannot really differentiate between.
I think with some proper prompts, you can still do that. Yeah. And also you can have generate a voice podcast. So this is a very nice function if you are commuting or if you are doing exercise, you can, yeah. Steadily, we can still, listen to, a podcast. Actually, it was one of my first startup ideas. So I was in a car, I was so bored, and I think, okay, maybe I can listen to some, if I have some podcasts now, trying to talk about some papers that I want to read, but I don't have time to read, because in the car, you don't want to read, you just want to listen, right? So it is yeah, but then when I developed that prototype, several days later, they already have this and much more advanced. Yeah. So you can generate the podcast here and download it and store it in your own. Yeah. So you can download the MP3 version and save it in your own mobile phone. Yeah.
This maybe goes back to something much earlier. It was the term used, prompt engineering, or is there a tool you can use to write more effective prompts?
Yes. So there is called prompt library. Prompt library. So it collect all the prompt, like basically that you may need. Okay, so here, Anthropic, they have their own prompt library. So this prompt library will work best for themselves, for their model. So for example, I want to have an Excel formula, or I want to do like cite your sources, then you can use this prompt. You can search here, like for example, literature review. I'm not sure if we had. No, it doesn't have. Oh, this prompt library, but this is more image. Yeah, I know this one. This one AI is more for educator. So for example, you can create slide or things like that. But my suggestion is that you create your own library. So you try it out or you search on the internet and you find there's one prompt that particularly effective for you. And then you create a library and save it. And you can do it using Notion. So for example, this is my Notion. There's something wrong with my Notion, but anyway, so you can, they are a template. There is a template in Notion. Oh yeah, here. I'll find it here. But anyway, there is a database. In Notion, it's a template where you can store your prompt and then you can label it. Okay, this prompt is for this task and things like that. So you can create your own prompt library. Okay. So it's really based on experience. But there is a prompt formula. So the prompt formula is mostly like, okay, you first ask the large language model to play a certain persona. For example, you are a researcher. Okay, that's the first sentence. Second, provide the context. And okay, now you're doing something like this in a certain context, and my task is this. And also give your expected outcome. I want you eventually deliver this to me. And then you need to arrange it according to this. Use formal communication language, things like that. So this is one of a few like prompt formula. So you can search actually prompt formula. So there are different prompt formula, but they are quite similar with each other. So this is one, the only prompt formula you need for ChatGPT. See, again, task, context, example, persona, format. Yeah, so eventually these are the things that you need, okay? Okay, so that's it for the literature review. So I suggest we take a 10-minute break and then we will continue with the deep research. Okay, so there is somebody from the audience say ChatGPT can hallucinate citation from PDF, but Notebook LM doesn't. Yeah, so it's about hallucination. Yeah.
They all do, that's not possible. They won't. By default, they hallucinate. Sometimes the information is in line with the grand truth. Other times it's
Okay, I think we can start. So the next topic that we are going to cover today is automation, assistant, and agent. And they are kind of a little bit, like the definition is a little bit overlapping. And so I just want to briefly talk about the difference among these three concepts. So you can see from the handout. So now you need to have open a new handout. So for the online audience, you need to now go to the handout research automation assistant and agent. Yeah. And for the on-site one, then you need to have a different document now. Okay, so you can take a look of this document briefly, but first I want to differentiate these three concepts. So automation is like a factory. So you design, so humans still the designer. So design the first step, second step, first step, fourth step. The first step, read the PDF. So you need to have a PDF reader, okay? So for example, if now I want to convert a Word document to a commented, proofreaded version. Okay, so first you need to have a function to upload your PDF, your Word document. Second, you need to have design a box where this box help you, or a large language model help you to go through the first page and give you the comment. And then the third step, you need to record it or document these changes, highlight it in different color, or leave a comment about why they change, why they make such change. And then the third, you need to maybe produce a report. So you have different steps. First step, second step, first step. It's like a factory. You human is the designer, right? So design what the first steps do, which tool you need to use, or which component you need to use. For the first step, second step, which large language model you're going to use. Third step, things like that. Okay, and then this is automation. It automates a task, but humans still the main designer. And then we have assistant. Assistant is more human AI collaboration. For example, I want to know how to measure consumer satisfaction. So you have certain consumer satisfaction level scale, but I want my assistant to go through all the PDF I uploaded and find the scale that they think is the most relevant to me. Okay, so that's assistant. So in this case, human and AI, they work together, back and forth. You ask a question, AI return the output, and then you ask the question again. So back and forth, and eventually you achieve a certain task. And third is agent, which is most companies try to pursue an agent level where you just ask for a task. So you say, okay, I want to convert this. I want you to proofread my Word document and then give comments and then highlight the changes you made. So you just give the PDF to or the Word document to the agent, and the agent will do everything by itself. You don't know how it did that, but it did it by itself. Okay, so that's the difference. So agent has really great autonomy. You don't know how it work because they have different maybe assets. MCP at this moment, MCP is so popular. And so they have different access to different tool they have, and then eventually they will give you the result. And deep learning, deep research is one of the agents we are going to introduce. But first, I would like to show you how automation works. We are not going to go in depth because actually as a researcher, we don't need to have automation too much. It's more for like marketing research, or for like those people who work in the company, they need automation much more. But for researcher, we don't need, maybe you can come up with some scenario that we need or use cases. But I would just show you this YouTube channel data analysis. Can you see it? No. Okay. Share content. Okay, so this is the DeFi. So DeFi is a tool. It has both free version and paid version. So it's an open source tool. So if you are really skilled in programming, you can actually download it and install it in your own computer. So it can be achieved fully free. But even you use their web server, you can still have certain free trial. So for example, here, I want to show you this one maybe, web content search and summarization. So imagine if you are a researcher and every day you want to have an automation that search a particular keyword. For example, I really care about large language model development. So I ask it to search this keyword every day and then summarize all the information they found online and then send it to my email address. So every day, I don't need to, before I go to work, I already receive an email. They already perform the task before I arrive at my workplace. So what you need to do,
Can you please repeat the name of the tool?
DeFi. So DIFY is also in your handout. DeFi, DeFi.ai. But you don't need to do it now, but just I want to show you this kind of workflow. It's really like a factory, right? So you have different streamline, you have different factory line to perform a different task. So first is the start. So you need to add a start button. The start button, once you click this start button, you can also activate it by certain time. So maybe you can perform it every day at 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so that is the start. And then it will go through to engine. The first engine is Perplexity. I think you already know this. It's also a tool that for you to search. The other one is Heavily. It's also a search engine. It's a little bit like Google, but they just focus on large language model enable search. So I added these two components because I rely on two search engine actually. And then you can do a lot of things with this search engine. For example, you can ask it to use a certain model. You can say the max token you want to use. So you can do some customization. But before that, you need to authorize. Because you cannot use Perplexity directly, you need to authorize using your own Perplexity account. You need to authorize, enter the API key, which we will introduce this afternoon. So API is something, it's like a password. If you want to use a certain service, then you need to have that password and you pay for that password. Okay, for example, if I want to use GPT, in a certain, I want to integrate GPT service in a certain app. So I need to have a credential or a key for me to use GPT service. And in most cases, this API is not for free. You need to pay for it. But certain companies like Google, they offer some free trial of the API. Okay, so you need to copy paste your Perplexity API key here and save it. Okay, and next is the coding. Yeah, you can see here you have the Python code, but eventually this Python code is just to put all the information together, all the news, all the things they found from Perplexity and Heavily together. So this code is to just put two things together. Okay, very easy. And then we have this iteration, which it goes through a large language model with ChatGPT. So now ChatGPT will go through all these texts and then summarize it, write a report for me. And then it will summarize it, split into text, summarize it in the table. And then you can add another, for example, you can add a new component where they send it to my email. So maybe see a tool, see if they have the tool we need. Email, you can say email here. You can add an email, send email. Okay, so you can still add one component here, and then you just need to authorize your email. For example, maybe they need your Google account to authorize it, your email account, your email password, and things like that. So then you can send the email to. Okay, so I just show you, it can be a little bit complex. It requires not programming, but you need to understand, if then this kind of logic. If this happened, then it will go through this. So it's some kind of logic. So this is automation. Okay, and you can now think about some use cases that you can use automation for your research. And next, I'm talking about assistant. So assistant is more about you customize your own GPT. So it's a little bit like custom GPT. I think you probably tried already. So you customize your own GPT by giving some prompt, but of course you can do much more than that. So let's try this course.com. Okay, so you can go to this website, course.com. So it's from TikTok actually. So, but their server is actually in Europe. So it's a little bit GDPR safe, but I would also not try to upload sensitive data there. Okay, and then you can continue with Google, create your own account. So here I want you to do a small task. So in our GitHub, we have a, so if you go to our GitHub page, we have a book. So you go to material, and then we have a book called Doc Read Book Low Resolution.pdf. So your task is to create a system. So you can see, let's first take a look at this book. So this book summarizes all the dog breeds of the world. So even have some images, images. And then, for example, the first one is about Border Collie or Australian. Yeah, the first one is Afghan Hound. Okay, so it show you the dog's picture, some information about the dog. Okay. But I don't want to go through one by one. I want to create an agent. If I just tell the dog breed, it return the information for me. So even I can commercialize this assistant, right? So I want to commercialize it and for all the dog lover. Okay, but this is just a very stupid example. But imagine if you have a lot of very pressure PDF. For example, if you are a lawyer, you have a lot of contract. If you are a researcher, you have a lot of relevant paper you think that is really relevant to that topic. So you have certain material that you think is really pressure. Okay, but let's just use this as an example because it's very easy to operate. And now I want you to create an agent, an assistant to do this job. So how do we do it? We click the create button, and here create agent. You can also create app, but let's create agent here. And now the agent name is dog lover. Let's call it dog lover. And now you need to give specific description. Okay. This is an assistant that help user to find information about a certain dog breed. Okay, so just very basic instruction. And then you can also create an icon and yeah. Okay, so let's just leave it like this. And then you click confirm. Okay, everybody on this page? So for the online audience, you can also do it together with me. And now you have the PDF. Okay, great. Now we click confirm. Then you should have the interface already. And this interface, you can do a lot of customization. For example, I can give persona and prompt. Okay, so I need to tell this assistant, you are an expert. So give a persona in dog breed. Please, and then you need to give very specific instruction of what the the assistant need to do. Please, when user inputs a dog breed, find relevant information in the PDF I uploaded, or the PDF, or your knowledge base. Both are fine. Knowledge base, maybe. Okay, so you give very specific information about the instruction. And next, you need to tell it what you want the output. So what you want from the agent about the output. So your output consists of the breed name, an image, the height maybe, weight, personality about the breed, origin. So just give some information there, right? Okay, and that's it. But of course, we need to create a knowledge base. So the knowledge base here, you have text, table, and image. So we will create a knowledge base of the text. So add knowledge, and then you can create knowledge. So you can see here, dog breed. We create a new thing called dog breed, and then local document, create and import. Now, finally, you can upload your PDF there. So you upload the PDF there. You can see the PDF is uploading and next. You can, yeah, here you have extracted content. I want the image as well, the scan copy, the table element. I want everything. So you click all the, tick all the box, and automatic segmentation and cleaning. Yes, click yes, and then next. Now it will start to do the data processing. So you can see here is the original preview, and here is the segmented preview. Let's see how it look like in the database. It takes some time. Eventually, we will reach there. Everybody on that page? Yeah. Any question at this moment?
Can you go just a before when you were creating a knowledge?
Okay, maybe I click next first. And because it takes some time, okay, now it's processing. But I will repeat again how do we create the knowledge. So you come here, in your interface, you have a knowledge. It's called text, table, and image. So you go to the text, there is a plus button. You click the plus button, add knowledge, and then here you can create new knowledge. Create knowledge, and then you upload your local document. You can see there is a lot of options. You can also connect it with your Notion, connect it with your Google Doc, log, and also some online data. For example, some web page data. So that's all possible. And you can always add new content to your knowledge base. For example, here, this is the one I just created on dog breed. And then you can always add new thing, add new content. Because sometimes we have just new PDF, or you just have a new article, then you can add it. Okay, any question? Okay, if no, then great, it's already produced, you see, it's already there. And then we can try it here. So here is the test window, we can already test. Please tell me information about so Afghan. Okay, let's do it like this. And send. Now we search the information. It gives me the wrong picture. But yeah, it maybe because I did not type the right name. And you it about order only. Ah, finally the right picture. But yeah, it takes some, I think the picture recognition maybe is not that good, but you see it return the border collie, the height, the weight, the personality, origin. And if we go back to the book, you will see exactly the same. All the information are from the book. But you can also make sure, please don't try to create any new information by yourself. Just use all the information, only the information from the book. And if you find no information, then just return NA or not applicable. Okay, so in this case, you can make sure that all the information is always from the book. It's not the AI just invents something out. Okay, so you can give some specific information about that. And here I recommend you to select different, so like use this GPT-4 Turbo, because that's for free. The other, you only have limited access, limited usage, or use DeepSeek V3. Then then you can really use it for a long time. And you can also employ it, and everybody will have the access. So you can publish this one. So publish it, confirm. So you have a lot of platform you can connect. For example, you can connect to Messenger, Line, Instagram. For example, you can create a fake account of yourself and then ask the student, if you have any question, go to my Instagram and ask my question there. And then you upload all your syllabus, everything there. And then you can create a fake you to answer the question for your student.
The student has to write a DM, or how to?
Yeah, so the student write a DM from Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can respond to them immediately. Okay, so you can employ it from in Instagram, but you need to configure it. So you need to configure it, enter your ID and things like that. So you can do it later by yourself. Yeah, okay, clear. Any questions so far from the online audience as well? Let me check. If I want to post bulk PDF file, yes, it can. So you have a lot of PDF file, it can help you to do that. Is there a limit how many PDF you can upload? I think it can read a lot of PDF. I try to upload like 50, I think still works. But you can try by yourself. Or maybe you need to have a paid version for a bigger database. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah.
It makes a perfect sense, like how you could use it like with a student. But could you give any examples like how you'd use it in research? Yeah.
So my personal experience is upload a scale. So I have some scale book. So about certain scale, right? And then I upload everything there. And then, for example, if next time I need to measure a certain scale, certain measure, construct, then I just ask it to search for that thing for me, and then I can see all the reference, everything there. Yeah. So that's my use case, but you can come up with more creative one. Yeah.
So for this one, do I need to create different kind of like a workspace, or can I just put everything into the same space?
For knowledge, yes.
Okay.
It better you don't mess up with the knowledge, because otherwise it make it confusing, right? For knowledge, yes, it's better to create different knowledge base for different tasks. Okay, but eventually you can select different knowledge. For example, if you create 3 knowledge base, you can also all integrate it in one. Or for this chatbot, I only want knowledge base 1. For this, I want to have 2, and for the other, I want to have both. So you can combine. Okay. Yeah, and I saw some online audience saying it's too fast. Yes, it is a little bit too fast because we want to, but eventually we will have the video, so you can always take back the video and catch up before resuming. But for the automation, yes, we are not. You will not really have the time to practice here, because that is I find it less relevant for our researcher. But for this kind of assistant, then you should be able to follow up, right? Okay, where do you host all your knowledge base? It is uploaded in the database, the server of course. If you don't trust this platform, then there are other possibility. For example, you can use POE, That is still a US-based company, but they have server in Europe, so maybe it's safer. Or GPT, yeah, so they have different option. No, for codes, yeah, they don't. If you want to have a bigger one, I think you need to pay for it. So you have huge. At this moment, is the free version is more about personal use. If you want to commercialize, of course, you need to pay for it. I think that is for sure.
Shubin,
Yeah.
what about the copyright issue?
Yeah, copyright issue. I will not. For me, for example, this book is open access.
Okay.
So it's a public book that everybody has access. I will not upload, for example, my old scan book there because you never know. At this moment, it's a gray zone, right? But I think eventually you will have regulation about that. So I will not upload sensitive data or any data that are, that are not open access there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. And then last thing that we want to cover this morning is the deep research. So deep research, I will only recommend 3 actually. One is GPT, but you need to have a plus version. Then you can use GPT deep research. And one thing about GPT deep research is that if you give a task for the researching, for example, if you want to have spend 1 week in Lofoten, and then you can ask it to arrange the 6th day for you. Okay, the first day, what to do, which hotel, because it can connect to real-time web data. So it means it can really have access to the hotel, whether this hotel is available or not, and then the flight, so it can have real-time recommendation for you. And Perplexity the same, and also Gemini the same. However, for Perplexity, for GPT, it will always ask you question to meet your preference. For example, I will ask, okay, plan a 7-day trip to Lofoten and then arrange hotel, accommodation, fly for me. But then before they do the deep research, GPT will ask your preference. Okay, when do you want to leave? Do you prefer boat or flight or train, travel by train, or you would prefer to rent a car? So it asks you some question before it start to do the deep research. But the other 2 platforms will not do that. So that means you need to have very nice prompt before you do the deep research, because every time they perform deep research, it takes almost like 30 minutes or even 1 hour, because they need to go through a lot of information. It takes really a long time before they deliver a report for you. So in this case, it's very important that you have a very, very nice prompt before you do that. What you really want and what will be the output like. Okay, so that is the future where, we just give a certain task and then they will do it. We don't know which website they go, right? So they just do it for us. Okay, so the tool I want to recommend today is Gemini, because it's free. So it will be really nice for us to try it out. Okay, so you go to gemini.google.com. Okay, everybody there. So you have certain limits to do, for example, research, and also use the most advanced model, which is the 2.5. At this moment, you can still use it for free. Okay, but for the Gemini 2.5, we cannot do the deep research. So we need to select Gemini 2.0 Flash. Or you can just click deep research. It's the same. And then you will ask the question. So you can ask the same question you do for literature review. But here, I want to say, okay, I am writing a paper about generative AI for research policy. I am going to submit this paper to Guinness, for example. Could you please recommend at least 10 reviewer for me, including, and this you can give some criteria, okay? This researcher need to publish already in PNAS. So they should be already, well-established researcher. Their topic should be relevant to mine. Okay. And so this is the, the context, right? And the task. But then I want the output. Please return me the name, title, affiliation, email address of them. Yeah. That's how we do it. Okay. So now you can click return. We show you a plan. So before they do the analysis, they will show you, okay, the plan, what they want to do. So first they are going to search PNAS website for article published in the last 5 years. They include the keywords such as generative AI, artificial intelligence, research policy. And for each relevant article, they will identify author, investigate the affiliation and the author to understand their expertise and current role. Look for publicity available, contact information, things like that. So you can see the plan, right? Okay. But if you're not happy with the plan, you can add the plan. So you can add the plan. Okay. But here, I think it's fine. So you can start research. Okay. So it takes some time. So now we can do our own thing. So, but you can, at the meanwhile, we can see how it works. So initial, every step, it is documented on this interface. You can see how it works. The first step, second step, which website they go. Let's see. You can see they researching so many websites and then key author identified. They found some key author. Okay, there.
So you are sure that these are actually real people?
Real people. They are real people, because you can, it show you every step. So you can, every step is traceable. So you can see, okay, this step they do this step they do that, and then, yeah. They identify relevant author. So you can see how they do it one step by one step. Okay, we again have some question, for example, about privacy, about the codes or this agent. Yes, again, you should not upload sensitive data there because you don't know what they are going to do with it. And second, if about, the literature review or something about prompt. So if two people write the same prompt, does this tool generate same outcome? No, because sometimes, they place different importance on different contexts, and eventually you will not get the same result. That's why many people argue that if we use it to create synthetic data, sometimes it's not replicatable. That means it is not the same result. And even sometimes we call an API, right, a model 4.0, but then they use, 4.0 always upgrading. This 4.0 today does not produce the same outcome of 4.0 2 weeks ago, model 4.0. But you also have Azure. Azure is it's a server produced by Microsoft, they also have host a different number of models there. And there they enabled you to use a specific model from a specific time. For example, I only want to use GPT-4 of maybe March 24 version. Then you can specify the time of the model that you want. So in this case, the outcome will be more consistent, but still it will not guarantee you will have the same output. Okay, but just probably the output will be more similar. Okay, it's still doing, but we can continue with this, and then we can take this is the end of this section, so we can have lunch, and we will continue in 1 hour. Okay, so you can just let it do the research. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, welcome back. So this afternoon, we will have 2 sections. You will receive a new handout about the API. Yeah, and that's for later. But the first section, we will only focus on stimuli creation and also AI interviewer. Okay, so the first one is stimuli creation. And here we are not just going to talk about image generation that is too basic. And I know most of you already have the experience of generate image. We are talking about editing image. Okay, so we want to be really highly personalized. And yeah, so for example, the image we want to manipulate, for example, the background picture, we want to change the model from somebody to another one. So yeah, so we are talking about, because for experimental design, we want to really manipulate in detail, right? So it's not about, and we know that every time we ask a slightly different prompt, they will generate completely different image. So is there a tool that for us to only edit a small part of the image or not? And that's the first question that we are going to answer. And second one, we are going to really try to create very realistic stimuli. For example, interactive stimuli. We are going to design, for example, an app or really a workable website that you can really record the behavior of the participant. Or you are going to create a virtual world, a virtual world where they can use VR. And then, for example, if you want to do something about doctor visiting, and then you need to create a hospital virtual world where the participant can really wear the headset and then to experience. But first, we are going to focus on the first 2 questions. First is the image editing. And the tool that we are going to focus today is Gemini, but instead of using normal Gemini, we are going to use the AI Studio. So before we start, I will show you the Gemini, the deep research outcome. So remember this morning, we asked the deep research to find reviewer for us, right? So this is the list of potential reviewer. So it has 10 people. And you can check, you see, it has the name of it, the title, the affiliation, and the email address. So our requests are fully addressed, except this one, it says no publicly available. So the information about the email address is not there. But yeah, the rest you can see. And you can always try to testify. So you can double check. So for example, the first one, I can Google it and really see, okay, this person is real, it's from this company, and we can see whether it published at PNAS or not. Yes, it has an article really there. Okay, so this is how we here protecting scientific integrity in the age of generative AI. So in this case, we can make sure that it's really the person we need. Okay. So yeah.
I did the same test, but for a different topic. And one of the reviewers that came up is deceased.
Oh,
So why did that happen?
that's very strange. And so how do you know it's a wrong one? You Google it?
No, I know the person, and I know she died last year.
Oh, yeah. I think, I don't know. I don't think they know it. Yeah. So, but that person is real, right? So
Yeah, it's a real
is there-
person. It's just that, so I asked for reviewers, and it suggested a.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't update information.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah.
I did it similarly, just changing a bit and asked for someone in marketing. There is not a single person in marketing that was listed, which is quite interesting.
But do you say to publish at a certain journal?
I didn't say it must be a marketing professor. I said it must be the topic.
Yeah,
So this in marketing.
Yeah.
And then everything else the same.
Yeah, so
neither one of the suggested authors was, because you very specifically said this must be related to my research.
And also
so I
you
specify that even further.
It's very important you say it need to be published in a certain journal.
That I did.
Okay.
I did everything else except that I also specified in which way their topic should be relevant to mine. So I even further specified that. That topic should be in this and this field.
In this case, probably there is no really marketing professor publishing at that topic.
No, that's not true. No, what seems to be is that they go through it's the standard problem is that it goes through the open source and then picks up only the top, because the ranking here is extremely important, picks up only top scholars, whatever comes first, not top, but whatever comes first. And
My
then
experience, if you say which journal you publish, they really only target those people who publish at that journal. So in this case, you avoid that they recommend somebody who, they're not really relevant to your. So if you say Journal of Consumer Research, then they will only select those people who publish at that Journal of Consumer Research. So in this case, I think this problem can be.
No, I use PNAS because it's such a broad journal so that it would be.
Yeah, and then. Yeah, so it's not perfect, but for me, most of my tasks can be addressed by this. But of course, the prompt you need to try again and again and see eventually which prompt can fit the best. Or you can try I try 4 or 5 deep research tool. There is another one called Magnus. I don't know if you know. It's really it's AI. Yeah, so it's maybe a type of. Yeah, Manus AI. So they also have this possibility, and you can do much more there. So they have NCP, which means that you can also ask it to do tasks like, for example, generate some Word document, or create something. But my experience is that I will do it with several this kind of deep research tool, and then the same task. And then eventually I will evaluate which one is doing the best. So my experience is actually GPT did the best. So GPT Deep Research is because they ask questions for you. So they really try to understand what you want. So before they conduct the deep research. So in this case, the performance is the best. Okay, so that's it for the deep research. And then now let's go to AI Studio. So you type AI Studio and search. Just search AI Studio. So the first one pop into your search result. It is this one, so Google AI Studio. Okay, you're there. So you need to log in with your Google account. And now you can see this interface. So this interface first is a little bit technical because this is not really open for consumer. It's not a consumer product, but it is more for developer. But it is really perfectly for us because we want it always launch the newest model and it's for free, and we can do a lot of adjustment. For example, you can request the function calling, code execution, and then you can add top P, which can adjust, the probability threshold. So it means that I will only focus on the top keywords or something like that. So in this case, you can make a lot of adjustment. You can also have advanced setting and things like that, and safety setting. Okay, so here you can see token count. So they give you free token that you can use. Okay, so every time you use a little bit, then it adds up a little bit. Okay, and here we are going to try the image generation, which is Gemini 2.0 Flash image generation. Okay, please select this. Okay, and you can see the token count. Every day you get new one, so don't worry. And you can also see temperature. So the more you can set the temperature, which you never see it in other model, right? Because this is more technical. So the higher temperature means that the output will be more creative or more unexpected. You will be more surprised. Okay, surprising. So that means if you want to have a consistent result, then you better to lower the temperature. But if you want to have something that maybe ask you to brainstorm something, you can increase the temperature. Okay. Okay, so let's here try to create a product. Imagine you want to conduct an experiment. You want to test a luxury handbag. Okay, so I will ask it create a product image of maybe like a Gucci handbag. Let's say like that. Do whatever you want, okay? Just be creative. And for the online audience, you can also do that. Try to come up with some very creative ones. Okay, now I will run it. So let's see, it takes some time. Okay, this is the Gucci handbag it produced. But maybe you're not happy with it because I want to test. Maybe my research question is, does the background of the product influence people's or consumers' perception of the product? So, okay, then I needed to change the background to maybe change the background to black. Okay, and run it. That'll work. Let's try it again. Please keep the product and change the white background to black. Okay, let's see. Does it work for you? Yeah, okay. No. Why?
Is it because you have a
It changes what's
Oh,
inside.
wait, because my background is black. Wait, okay, let me change it to rainbow. Change the white background to rainbow. Or the background to Now it works. Probably, yeah, I use the night version, the dark interface. Okay, so you can make some very slight adjustment. Now I'm not happy with the logo. Make the logo smaller. Maybe you want to investigate the brand prominence. So whether a big logo or small logo of a bag can influence people's perception of the one who carried the bag, right? So you want to adjust the logo, make the logo size smaller. And then run for it. Doesn't work. But this thing takes time, so it already much better than using GPT. But I think with many attempt, some trial and fail again and again, eventually maybe you can find something that is similar. And what about yours? Does your work? Okay, mine doesn't work, right? Okay. Yeah, so you have every day some new token and you can always adjust it. Like I also recommend you to use Poll. So Poll, if you can only pay for one tool, like, I use so many tools. I don't want to pay for every, like Gemini. I don't want to pay for Gemini Pro, GPT, Claude, but I want to use all this model. So the good way is to buy a license from an integrated platform. For example, Poll is a kind of a dealer. So they collect all the model, so you can use their model, and you just need to pay every month $20, and then you can use all the model. You have a certain limit, but that limit is really high. I never use up. So even though I use it every day, very extensive, but I never use up the model. And then you can see you have DeepSeek, the latest model. You have Gemini 2.0. So you have most of the really wonderful tool, like 1 minute. Yeah. So for example, here we want to try image generation. And my favorite image generation is ideogram, but you also have Flash Pro, which is also quite cool. DALL-E, right? DALL-E, and then Luma. So here I want to demonstrate you this one. So for example, if you want to, again, so show me or create an image of a model from a fashion brand, high fashion brand. Okay, so let's try this one. So now it starts to generate. So the good thing about Poll is that you don't need to copy paste the same prompt and test it with different tools. So for example, it generates this image for you. You can just, repeat here using a compare with Luma photo or, recraft. So you can just click this and then it will try a different model for you. Okay, so for example, I try this one, compare with this one. So exactly the same prompt, but they try with a different model to see whether it is better. Wait a little bit. Yeah, so this is again a new photo. So you try again and again to see which one fits you. And eventually you can also animate the photo you found. So maybe you found eventually this photo you like, so you can make it a video, or you can upscale it, so make it bigger. But now let's animate it. So yeah, and it's with new budget. Let's see. It offers some free token, some free credit, but it is not a lot. So eventually, if you want to use this platform, you need to pay for it. But yeah, if you need to use really a frequent user, I would cancel my GPT subscription and Gemini, but only use this. So now it creates a video. So let's see. Yeah, so that's the video it creates. There's a strange person there. But yeah, that's how it is very convenient. So you can really connect to, and now you can compare with even like Kling. Kling is a Chinese model. Let's see if it's better. So you can always compare. Right. So because when we make this, it is not perfect the first time. We always need to try. For example, I have some studies about AI design. So I need to really first try to ask AI to create it and then look for some human design and things like that to be able to train it. Okay, so it takes some time, but meanwhile, we can move on the next one, which is really crazy. So super fascinating. So let's change from Gemini 2.0 Flash image generation. Let's change it to Gemini 2.5, which is the latest version from March 25. So that's the best of the best at this moment. Okay. So we change it. Now it should move to a new model. Okay, so I don't know if you know Pokemon, but I want to create a interactive app with Pokemon. Okay, so showing the first 50 Pokemon with some animation and some detail about the Pokemon. So I want to, you just need a prompt, create an interactive Pokédex. So Pokédex is the Pokemon app with the first 50 Pokemon, including animation statistics, and the name of it. Okay. Now the most important part is here. Use CSS, JS, HTML in a single HTML file. That's the key words that you need to, the key sentence.
Can you say that again? The last.
So use CSS, JS, HTML in a single HTML file. Okay, so they will include all this language in a single HTML file. So CSS, JS, HTML, and then in a single HTML file. So eventually it will produce a HTML file for you. Okay. Everybody there? Any questions? You can be creative, make some adjustment, but just I want to show you how powerful it is. Now I click run. So it will start to think a little bit, it is a thinking model, so it will start to think, okay, what is your need and what do you want? So it's going to plan a little bit, so it takes some time. Meanwhile, let's go back to our image generation, video generation. It's still generated.
How would you use this for research? Can you give an example?
Yeah, for example, if you want to create a new app and test the effectiveness of the app to facilitate, for example, employee communication, instead of scenario, ask them to imagine a scenario. You can really design the app and then ask them to try it out and then to test their feedback. Yeah. You can also simulate a scenario using HTML, really show the story. So before we just ask them, imagine a scenario where you, for example, go out and see a shop, you find this shop, or imagine if you surf online and you found this product. Now we can really create that experience. You show the way that they really interact with the product, things like that. Anyway, let's now see now it finished, right? So it produced you HTML. So you download it. Okay, you download it. You can save it anywhere. Okay, save it. And then just click here, you just click it. See? And you can change. See, it's crazy, And just several seconds.
Did you save it?
Save it. Let me show you again. For the online audience, do you have that? So you see the code section, right? So you just download it.
It started screaming at me. I have 4 or 5 scrolls of just the capital letter A.
Okay, so it doesn't.
After some code.
Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, June. I don't know what I'm doing. Here. Okay. Right? Good. Okay. Oh yeah, things. Okay. You're really mad. But no, I didn't say
No, okay, sorry. I didn't manage to get that.
So I don't know what I did wrong.
But you can tell. And see what happens.
It's going to
And
kill
then you
me.
open it.
Okay. It's going to
Do you have that?
No,
Oh,
I
you do
made something
Okay.
else.
Do you have it?
I
You
did
create
something else,
something
yeah.
okay, very creative. Okay. You can also ask it to create a game, a very easy HTML game, you know. Yeah, so to stimuli something or yeah, something like that. This is just a very stupid example that I'm sure you can find much more effective thing, or you can ask it to create a 3D, you know, a very interactive 3D illustration of a certain product or something like that. Okay, or you can ask it to generate a code to build a 3D model. Okay. And show, yeah, this is again the image, the video finally generated, and this is a new Naver model. We can see, okay, compare. This seems better, right? So it takes more time to generate, but it is also much better. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and you can always compare, you know. Just try it. Okay. Any other questions? No? From the online audience? See.
How did you get the compare part? I don't get the same. I only get upscale and animate.
Get this or
Upscale and animate.
okay.
I don't get the compare part.
Normally you should, and if no, you just add it, you know, you just add this, you know, you can just type add and then find the one you want. Like for example, this, and then type the same prompt again. Yeah.
If you just want text, for instance, or like a literature review, basically, can you also then compare the difference? Yeah.
You can always compare. Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. So Poe also have another function that I really like is that you can create your own app in a second. So here you have the creator. Oh no, you can explore, and there is an app creator function where I can ask it to create an app for me. So for example, I want to create an app where I can paste people's email. And I just briefly reply to the email. But this app will polish the text and I can choose which style I want. Like for example, professional, friendly, or like academic, something like that. Okay. So in this case, you can, this is just a very stupid example, but you can make it really specific. Okay, I want this app to have this element first, this element first, this element first. And now it's going to start to build an app for you. Somebody. I saw somebody raise the hand. Okay, I will allow you to talk. Yes, so Fable, can you hear us? No. Okay, so here is the app. So after the interaction, here is the original email. So you just copy paste the email and then I just briefly reply. You know, in many cases, you have people really give you a very long email and you just want to, okay, for this part is this answer, for this is this answer. So you just want to briefly reply, but then you can choose, you know, which, okay, I will just, maybe the original email is, can't you tell me the address, time, just called schedule of the event. Okay, this is the original email. Then your brief reply is, okay, you just select the time, EI, formal. So you don't need to reply, to each question in detail, and then you just polish and reply. Okay. So you see, hi there, the event will be held at VI. Yeah, anyway, start at 10 a.m. Please come, just informal. So in this case, you can save a lot of time, right? Especially with student email, they will ask really long one, and you just answer key point, and then they will do it for you. Okay, so that's how you can make use of that. But you can also use this app to create really a lot of interesting things for your experiment. Okay, so that's for the stimuli. Any other question? No? Then we will move to Lovable. So Lovable is also a very crazy app. So again, let's go to my website. So GAI-for-research.com toolkit. And then you can find, okay, coding and data analysis, and click Lovable. Or you can just Google Lovable. Okay, and now you can log in, or you don't need to log on anyway. So you can just ask it to create a website. Imagine you want to create a website of the, the product design using, remember we have designed a product here. Okay, Gucci product. Yeah, so we designed this product, right? So we download it and save it somewhere. Okay, and now for Lovable, I want to build a website just for this product. So you upload this image. Please create a functionable web e-commerce website for this product. You may add other products. So the website should be fully functionable. That means I want to understand people's behavior when they click this. So it should be functional. It cannot just be an image, right? Okay, and then you host published. Now it starts to generate the website. So you can also do it yourself. So lovable.dev. So try to create your own website. You can also, you don't need to use the image we generated. You can also ask it to create any app you want. Okay, I have a chat. We need to be play with AI, please. Thank you. Important. Okay. There is a comment in the chat saying that I need to be more polite with AI. Yes, there is a question. Are you saying that it is worth having a Poe subscription instead of ChatGPT, even for heavy user? Yes, I think heavy user, I would recommend you have a Poe, then you don't need to pay for image generation or video generation separately. Or you can find another alternative for Poe. There's also one, yeah, I think there are many different, like Monica, I think. There's also another platform. Yeah, so there was another question. Can I please ask for the clarification of creating the app? I tried the prompt with Poe. It seems that Poe reply with text in the app. Find the image. Yes, you missed something. So instead of using a normal interface, you need to go to Explore. And there is a function called app creator. So you need to select the app creator, not the assistant, not the other thing, just the app creator. And where there you need to, tell what you want, and it's powered by Claude 3.7. Okay. Meanwhile, it is still building. So you see, so Lovable try to understand my need. I see you want to create an image site featuring luxury bags like the one in the image, a stylish black and gold pattern handbag, something like that. So you can see how it thinks. And now it try to create both the front end and the back end. So the front end is where the user can interact with it's a website, but the back end is maybe the server, where you need to host in the server. But the good thing about this is that it's unlike AI Studio, Google Gemini, that you need to download it and then host it by yourself in a server. Lovable hosts it directly for you. So you can publish it immediately, you get the link, and then you can send the link to other people. People can use this website immediately. So that is why it's so amazing. Because for the rest, you still need to, find a server and host it by yourself. But for Lovable, you can do it at one step. Please share the Lovable prompt. Depends on you. I just very simple. Please create a functionable e-commerce website for this product. You may add other product. So I just make it very simple. You can adjust by yourself. But it takes really a long time because it has really a lot of page. And meanwhile, I will prepare the.
Will also asks for sign up, right?
Yeah, but you can sign up with your Google account.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a certain limit credit that you can use. Okay, are you waiting for that? Check. Okay, are you doing it? Okay, great. What are you? It's a dog. Oh, yours is already there.
Yeah, put a picture of a cake. Happy birthday cake. With a giraffe. I asked for it to make a jewelry website and it put a cake on it. It calls the happy birthday cake a brooch.
Yeah, but you can ask it to change the picture.
Yeah, how do I?
For example, you can
Is a
upload a
cake.
logo and ask it to change the
Please.
logo. You can ask it to do a lot of things.
Can I upload my CV as a
Yes,
PDF?
yes, okay. So you can.
But here the inputs you cannot attach the PDF only.
But you can take a screenshot of your
the CV.
Yeah, CV. Or you just copy all your information at your CV and then add your own picture and then, Okay, apparently I encountered an error.
It's really amazing. Wow. It's made a whole form. It's made a form for people to submit things.
If you encounter the error, don't worry, just click yes.
So cool.
Continue with that.
What happens to the website? It just exists on its own?
Yeah. But only as long as you after your website's there, you click publish, then it is there. But if you don't click publish, then it's still in the production mode. So it's not public available. If you click publish, then it will be public available.
And it could be hosted somewhere else.
It can. So you download it and then download the code and then you host it by yourself in another platform. But you can also ask it to, I think Lovable eventually is just a hosting company. So if you want to host it in their own thing, in their own server, you need to pay for it, I think. Yeah. And you can also change your own domain. And is your thing coming out? No? Okay, mine still.
Communication research scholars, Lovable as an algorithm. I am excited to create this website for you.
Okay, Okay, I can show you. It's not created by Lovable, but it's a use case. Okay, so I host it in my own website, but it is it's a a stimuli that we want to see how people interact with the customer service. And when they found out, okay, this watch is out of stock, so what should they do? When they chat, what do they type? So it is a paper that is already published, but this is just some scenario for you. So if you want to create a fake website to understand consumer behavior, then it's really perfect to use this kind of, yeah. Okay, it's not yet there. So then I will move on. But if you already have it, so you can publish and share the link with us for the online attendance. Okay, I saw somebody already have it. Wow, this is somebody created just now. So it's a Gucci website. Yeah. So you can see the product. So everything is workable. So you can see shoes, a salary. So it's all workable. So it means that you can, okay, this apparently is not workable, but you can always ask it to adjust. So you can use the chat function to adjust a little bit. Oh, mine is finally there. So you see the product is there, thing is there. Yeah. And because I asked it specifically, it should be functionable. So you see, now it is functionable. It takes more time, but you see it is functionable. The user is not, yeah, because I did not create new arrival, new image, yeah, add car. So it's fully functionable, right? Which is,
What a counterfeit.
yeah, so that's very dangerous for actually. So that's why with generative AI, there will be more scam, and the scam is become really realistic. People copy other website and then pretend it is a official website. So it is very dangerous if it's misused. Okay, yeah. So, and you can publish it. So after publish it, then you will get a website. A web page, a link, then you can share the link with other people. You see, this is the link. So you can share it with the participant, and then so they can interact with it. And if you want to change the logo, change everything, you can always chat with, go back to this chat. For example, I want to change the logo. So just be specific. I want to change the image, then you attach the image you want, right? Okay, so that's the image generation, the stimuli generation. And of course, there are much more function like the sound, music, and this is very fundamental. So we will not show it here. You can just try it by yourself. Okay. And let's go to online audience. So online audience, you can always share your website, and then the rest can check it. Okay, next is the AI interviewer. Okay, so this is another topic for qualitative researcher. So imagine if you want to create cross-cultural interviews. You want to interview people from China, people from Japan, people from US. So what do you think will be the difficulties that you will encounter? Language. The first thing is language barrier, right? So you need to have different RA, capable of speaking different languages. And what else? What else? The time difference, right? You need to arrange the interview, and maybe also you can only do it online, right? Because of the physical distance, and also maybe cultural bias. You have people from different places, and maybe you should train your RA to be capable to communicate with people to, yeah. And also getting the people to be interviewed is also very difficult because of the time zone. Some people are sleeping, the other, yeah. So you need to fix a time where you can have the interview. Okay, so is there a way to somehow try to reduce this barrier? So in this case, we have an idea about AI interviewers. Can we just design an AI? Because sometimes our interview is very straightforward, it's very structured. We just need to have the people to have the interview, ask the question, answer the question. Because, you know, with generative AI, we know this kind of software that can take over our computer. That means they can also fake survey respondents, right? So prolific MTurk, there will be full of, you know, robots, because you can just program a agent that can answer survey for you. So for survey research, it will be more difficult because you don't know whether it's a chatbot or not. But what about interview? Because interview, you need to have people speak, and you can also record them, right? So it will be maybe more authentic to get the data. So in this case, we think about using an AI interviewer and show you. Yeah, this is my personal information. So the challenge of traditional interview method, for example, resource intensity, is very costly. Geographic limitation, interviewer bias, scalability challenges. Compare, you can only interview 20 people versus you can really interview 200 people. Of course, the result will be very different. Time-consuming data processing, right? If you have been conducting qualitative research, you know, for 20 interviewee, maybe you need to spend 1 month to collect 20 interviews data. So it's very time consuming. And why AI interviewer? So first, you can reduce the resources required. You don't need to spend so much money anymore. Geographic flexibility, consistency across different interviews, right? So before we have different interviewer, that means for different people, maybe they have a different way to ask question, and this can create systematic bias. So if we have a single interviewer, which is powered by AI, then this kind of consistency can be established. And scalability, reduce participant stress. So people feel less stressful when they interact with AI compared with human. Real-time analysis, accessibility benefit. So for those people who have eyesight problem, now they can also just, you know, use some video modality, or people who cannot listen, they have hearing problem, they can also ask the AI to show picture or show text, and then they can reply in voice. So you can also reduce this kind of accessibility problem, time efficiency, and also multi-language capability. And what about some current research about AI interviewer? Do they perform as well as human? So there are a lot of mixed results. So there are two very, very relevant studies. They are all both preprint. And one study is conducted by a group of researchers from TUM, and they found out AI interviews produce data quality comparable with human-led interviews. However, humans are struggle with active listening. So we human, we don't like to listen, right? We like to speak. But AI, they don't have that issue. You know, they are robots, they are fine listening about, you know, some very boring talks. And participants get notably longer responses to AI interviewer compared to human. That's very interesting. So when we are interviewed by robots, we tend to give longer responses. Maybe because we know they don't judge, or they are not really human, so we dare to speak. You know, we are fine, right, to speak out more. And similar overall response quality, but most users prefer written input over audio due to technical issue with recording and transcription. Input mode significant affects responses. Participants found both AI and human interview clear and understanding. However, from this study, they found lower interest in repeating AI interviews. So they are less willing to continue interview with AI. So they prefer a human to take over. But it is because due to technical challenge. So they find it more challenging to be interviewed by an AI because of technical issue. And we need to see, okay, this paper is in 2024, maybe at that time, still not well developed, or the platform they use is not well developed. So that's why maybe people are not so happy with AI interviewer. But then we see another paper, they found the opposite effect. So they see the majority of respondents express preference for AI interviews over human interviews. So this is two researchers from NHS in Bergen, and they found participants show stronger engagement, completing interviews voluntarily with detailed answer and minimal fatigue with AI interviewer. And they also generate rich novel insight into stock market non-participation. That's their interview topic. And this is because compared with traditional small sample interview, they are able to conduct interview with 365 participants. So this enabled them to get a much more nuanced understanding about the respondent, because if you have a large sample size, of course, your information, your insight will be rich and novel. So they believe AI interviews produce more detailed and nuanced responses compared with traditional open-ended survey questions. Okay, so that is the previous studies about AI interviewer. And we also, that's why based on this research, we create an app called MimiTalk.app. And, based on this feature, modality is important because people want the modality, the interaction modality to be simple. So eventually we decide, okay, we should adopt a text-to-voice feature because that is even it's not the most natural way of interview, but it's the most effective. So because you can see the question, and so the interviewer doesn't need to repeat the question again and again. If it's voice to voice, then if you cannot listen clearly, then you need to click play again and then listen to it again, right? So it takes some time. But if it's a question is displayed by written text, then it's really straightforward. Also, if I need to type my answer to the system, it is very time consuming. So most interviewee, they prefer to give their response in voice. So they prefer they can speak and the interviewer reads the question in text. So this is the modality, the interaction mode that we find the most easy and practical. And we also have a research-based prompting based on a paper published at Journal of Consumer Research about how we should conduct effective interview. And eventually, we really care about the ease of use. So people should find this system very easy to use, very intuitive, and that can really increase their continued intention of usage. Okay, so we conduct a small scale of tests with 20 respondents. You can find the poster outside, and it's really small scale. So we just want to test people's overall feeling and then their response quality. And we found out actually the duration of the sentence length. So the distribution of sentence length is similar to human sample. So their answer is, the length is quite similar. And we found a very high semantic similarity, which is on one hand is good thing. This means that most of the responses are very consistent. However, if it's too high, it's also not a good thing because that means that most of the responses are quite similar to each other. Then you don't get new insight, right? So you need to have a certain level of semantic similarity. And we found key topics identified from interview scripts. And most people report very easy to use our platform and less stressful. And the most amazing thing is that we collected 20 interviews within just 1 hour. So it's really easy to collect interview data. And we use Prolific to distribute the interview and only cost less than $10. But that's the API cost, the API we use to collect the data. It does not include the server fee and also the labor fee. So yeah, but eventually still much cost efficient compared with human. If you want to hire a RA, then it costs much higher than this. Okay, but also we found potential problems. So some people report a lack of human touch, and also some people deviate the focus. So they will start asking very stupid questions with the AI because they know it's the AI. So they will ask it to tell a joke or something like that. So we see it deviates a little bit from the interview outline. But with some proper prompts, you can always ask the AI to go back to the original. Don't answer irrelevant question and then always go back to stick to the interview outline. So next, I will show you how to use this platform. So you can go to MimiTalk, or you just Google MimiTalk. And so MimiTalk.app, it is the platform. Okay, so you can register, click here. So I will first log out. So you can here register. Okay. So I will give you some time to register. And be careful that when you register, you need to remember your username, okay? Because you need a username to log on. And if you cannot find the verification email, then go to your junk email box. Okay. Let me know if you already registered. Okay, are you there? Do you have the account? Okay. If you have the account already, you can log in using your username, okay? Not your email address, username and your password. If you forget your username, yeah, then you can click this button, forget username. But yeah, I already have an account called Mimi and then password, and I log in. Okay, so this is the interface. And it's GDPR safe, so don't worry. Okay, so this is the interface. And now what we are going to do, everybody here? Or you no? Then I will give you more time. So, but I will first introduce maybe the research relevant to this interview, AI interviewers and yeah, LLM. So on this page, you can find relevant studies about this because I know people who are going to use this platform, they are worried about whether this approach will be accepted or not. So you need to have some verification or validation from other researchers. So there are some paper you can cite if you want to use this website, right? So if you want to use this tool, but I would say for structured interview, it is perfect. It doesn't have really a problem at all. Okay, so now let's create a new project together. So the project name, you can think about anything you want. So maybe I just talk about people's opinion about Tesla. Okay, then you can start to have the interview outline. And if you don't know how to write an effective interview outline, you can click this button, and this button show you, some suggestion for you to include to write your outline. Okay, so it help you to have some, get some idea. Okay, so again, people's opinion about Tesla. So first, I want to ask them, like you can have greeting first, and then ask about name, maybe not name because if you want to make it anonymous, maybe about the age and whether having an Tesla. And next you are going to ask about opinion about Tesla. And you can give, okay, be comprehensive. Okay. And opinion about Elon Musk, maybe. And be neutral. Don't be neutral, right? Don't be, yeah. Okay. And conclude the interview. And if you use mturk or prolific, maybe you also want to give a code. Give a code to the participant. The code is just type something. Okay, so that's it. And here you can enable whether you want to record the audio or not, because this is very critical. If you record the audio, then it enables you to do voice analysis, right? So you can have the original voice, and so you can do something about whether their emotion and things like that. But it is also very sensitive, right? So some people may not like the fact that their voice get recorded. So if you click this button, record the audio, the consumer, or not the consumer, the interviewee, they know you are recording their voice. So they know there is a warning on the interview platform. Okay, so they know their voice is being recorded. Okay, so if you don't click it, then there was another warning saying that your voice your original voice will not be recorded, just your transcribed text. Okay, so here we click record. We just want to try, and then you have two different types, semi-structure and structure interview, and it is really different because we use different parameter, also different model, different prompt. Because for semi-structure, you need to be more creative. You know, maybe your temperature need to be higher, the penalty of the need to be lower. So we adjust the parameter a little bit to fit into different types of interview. And you can also make the interview like, I just want the interviewee to answer in English, Chinese, French, or Norwegian, or flexible. So if you click flexible, then they will ask, okay, which language you prefer and things like that. And you can also decide the maximum interview duration, because some people, they interview and maybe they have something to do, they forget the interview. So here, if you set a maximum time, for example, 30 minutes, then if the 30 minutes limit reached, then the interview will automatically stop. Okay. So afterwards, then we create save. Then you have a project here. So you can share this link to anyone, you know, your interviewer. You just click here, share the link, then the interviewer should have, then you can share this link with your interviewee. Or you can copy paste this link in, for example, prolific, mturk, or Qualtrics. Okay, now let's try it together. So now since I already create a project and I can select, now I change my perspective. Now I'm the interviewee. I'm not the user anymore, okay? I'm the interviewee. So now I'm going to do the interview with the AI. So first I will select English and I will write down my basic information. Okay, let's just try some basic information. Okay, and I consent to participate in this interview. So only when they click this button, they can start the interview. Otherwise, they cannot start the interview. And you can also indicate platform ID where they can type their platform ID there. Okay, now the interview starts. So the interviewee first say, hello, please let me know when you are ready to begin. So I will start my answer. Hello, I'm ready to for the interview. And you can click and answer. Okay, it is doesn't recognize my voice. Let me try it again. Hello, I'm ready to for the interview. Yes, okay, now it recognized. It say, great to hear. Let's start with some simple question. How old are you? Hello, I am 18 years old. Okay, yeah. I don't know, sometimes it gives some special, but you say, thank you for sharing that you are 18 years old. Do you happen to own a Tesla or have you ever driven one? I don't have a Tesla, but my sister has a Tesla. Okay, that's interesting. So your answer is also recorded there. Having access to Tesla through your system must give you some insight into the experience. Can you share your thought on Tesla vehicle in general? What do you think about them? I think Tesla is okay. It is quite nice. The design is good. I just don't like the founder. Okay, so see that it somehow proposed question based on your previous answer. So you say, okay, since you mentioned the founder, Elon Musk, could you share more about your perspective over him? What are your thoughts or feeling about him? So you can see here, and after you finish this, you click end interview. So end interview, let's stop it here. So the interview stop, and you can see all this warning message, right? Please note your voice responses will be recorded and stored. Okay, let's go back to our project. Since we already get our first response, so you can find the data here. So this is the first participant, the name, gender, occupation, and yeah, and we can download the interview data here. So you can download the interview data. So it's a zip file, and in this file, it includes first the interview summary, the audio. So you can see all the audio are recorded, but of course we don't want the audio, right? We want to have a transcript. So you go to conversation and then you can find a transcript. So this is the transcript. Okay. Yeah, so that's it for the demonstration. And what is our next step? I can show you again. So our next step first is to make it multi-modality. So have different, even though we know that this kind of text to text is the text to voice is the best, but we still want to explore other opportunity. So for example, I'll show you this one. So it's a provider, avatar provider called Hagen, but it's not really good. I tried, but it is not very convenient, but I will still show you some possibility. Now to start the section. Okay, quota is not enough. Yeah, I don't have enough quota. Anyway, so you can show, you can, I need to sign in first. No, but anyway, yeah, so you can have this thing. Let me show you maybe here. Yeah. So it's a video. Yeah, maybe it's not very. I will stop it. If it's an idea, if you have a avatar, then what will happen? But at this moment, it's not well developed because we don't find a good avatar provider that is very natural. You can see, even though they kind of mimic human movement, but you still feel it's not very natural. The voice is also not natural, and the connection time takes really like 10 minutes, 10 seconds or 20 seconds, depends on your internet. So it's not very convenient. Yeah, so but it probably will be a future possibility that we can think about. But what we are going to do is that we want to develop another app, which is an interview assistant. So instead of replacing AI interviewer, we want to have an AI interview system with you. For example, you can install it in your phone, and then you can have human to interview another person with this assistant. So this assistant can control the time, okay? Whether you ask this question for too long or whether you miss out some question, or maybe they will propose some question you can have follow up, right? So this is just an assistant for the human to note, to better control the procedure of the interview. So it's more about a complementary support for the human. And that is our next step. Yeah. And we are conducting also some tests and also about the modality, also some large scale tests, some few experiment about the performance of it. Okay, and that's the AI interview. Yeah.
Shubin, when you put in the prompt for it to create the interview, are you able to edit? You know, it was something like, you know, age, do you own a Tesla, attitude towards Elon Musk. Can you actually go in and actually see what questions, like refine the questions more at a more detailed level?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So this is very simple example, but you can see some of our interview guidelines really comprehensive, including if you go to this guideline, it need to include a lot of different, for example, the introduction. I would really introduce myself proper, like, okay, what is the purpose of this interview and how are we going to store your data, something like that. And then we will have warm-up question, transit to the main question, and things like that. So for the interview question, you also have a lot of something you can do, for example, opening question, main question, closing question, and then you can also add a lot of techniques. For example, probe deeper, encourage detailed examples. So if you add this prompt there, then the AI interviewer will ask the question in depth. And you can also practice active listening. That is also important. Maintain a neutral stance, right? So we don't want to have bias. So we want them to always keep themselves neutral. Because if you don't add this, they will tend to agree with you. Say, oh, yeah, very nice answer, something like that. But we want it to be neutral. And use clear academic language, be cultural sensitive, respect boundary, things like that. So you can always add this prompt. Yeah.
Thanks. I have two questions. First one is, did you do any experiments about compared to the traditional human interviewers, this kind of AI generated interviewers, about the response of the or the qualities of the interview? Is like there a big difference between this traditional human?
Yeah, so from our own study, we don't see big difference. And also from the two other studies conducted by different team, they also find, one even find AI interviewer provides better responses. Yeah, so but they are all limited to structural interview. So structured interview, interview that really follow a certain, this question, then this question. It's not like those exploratory interview where you just give a very simple research question and then that really require a lot of experience into the field. And for example, Benedicta, this kind of scholar really have been that field for 50 years. They really know how to ask that question, right? And that is something AI interviewer cannot replace.
For the question about the semi-structured interviews, if I want to use maybe top at this stage for my semi-structured interviews, can I just see it, or is that testing?
Yeah, you can use it immediately, but it is not for free. Unfortunately, at the beginning we want to make it for free, but it's too costly. Even still every month it costs quite a lot for me, but we try to charge the really minimum, really cheap. So you can see you can charge here. So for example, 30 credit, and then it's 30-minute interview, and it's only cost $1. Yeah, so you can also charge it here. Yeah, so it's like 0.92 euro for 30-minute interview. Yeah. Okay. Any other question? Let's see from the online audience. Could we use the AI interview to train students in doing good human interview? Yeah, I think. Or you can you can also be very creative. For example, use it ask the AI interviewer to pretend they are Japanese or Chinese, and then to ask students to interact with it, and to this kind of cross-cultural training. I think that will be also very interesting. And that's Mimi talk. Prompt interviewees, yeah, but you need to have a certain strategy. You need to, in your prompt, and you need to really give specific instruction for it. If you set it up as semi-structured interview, it will ask some follow-up question. If it's set up as semi-structured interview, it won't. Yes, that's correct. Okay, no more question. Okay, great. Then we move on to, let's take a break of 15 minutes, and we will come back at 3 o'clock, and then we will continue with the text analytics. Okay?
Thank you, Shubin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am actually very impressed by me. How patient this dog can be.
I know. It's right.
I want a dog like
It's a perfect dog.
I think it might be a robot.
Created by Shubin.
Are you
Is
okay?
this a chip or something?
Yes, do you want to have a chicken steak?
Ah, the
If you
dog is
want,
cool.
you turn around.
Yeah, well, I would like to, to move.
Super clever.
We're gonna do a little walking around the building if you guys want to come. We're gonna like explore the building. Not that I know where I'm going. Like I don't know where I'm going at all. But
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Do you have a pet in your house?
No,
You have a bird or something, don't you? Oh no, no more.
She died.
did you get a carrot?
Okay, so in the coldest day, I had the whistling at my home. So I have to remove the bird. And then we just took the bird out and took it into the car, and then took it out again from the car and put it back home. The day after she died.
So stressful.
It's just too cold.
Was it a COVID bird? Because
Okay, so let's continue. And for the online attendance, so now please go to the GitHub and go to the Oslo workshop. For the handouts, now we will focus on the API and text analytics. So click this one and download this one, okay? And for the in-person attendance, so now you need this document. It's called Assessing and Running Large Language Model, a comprehensive guide. Okay, everybody there? And maybe I will give you some time to prepare, and I will ask some questions. So an online attendance asks, is it available in other language listed apart from English, Chinese, French, and Norwegian? Yes. It's just a simple one, but eventually we will also create a button with flexible. So in this case, they can choose that for other language. And also one asks, have you collect data from Lovable? Yes, it is possible. But in this case, you need to create an automation to send data from Lovable to a certain database. But that's possible. But you can combine Lovable with DeFi the one that I mentioned earlier, or any automation like make.com or Zapier, so any automated automation platform will. Okay. Okay, great. And then now we are going to first apply our personal API. So there are a bunch of options. So before we conduct the text analytics, we need to make sure that we have an API, because you need to have that to be able to run analysis. And in this case, we have different options. You have OpenAI API, Anthropic Claude, DeepSeek API, Mistral API. And unfortunately, for different API, you need to use different, I would say, code to be able to call the function. That's why, to be able to make it easier, let's all use Gemini, because we already have the account, and that will be easier for us to all use the same. So again, let's go back to AI Studio. Remember AI Studio? So since we already have this, we can easily get an API by clicking here, Get API Key. Okay, can you see it there? Get API Key. And now, upon clicking on it, you should be able to create your API key here. So you click. Okay, so you can give anything you want, like for example, my first project or text analytics project. Let's call it a text analytics project, maybe. Okay. Oh yeah, but the project is not there. You can create a new one. Okay. After create a new API key, then you can copy the key. So here is your API key. Make sure that you copy it. Okay. Because once you copy it, you can never, so if you close this Windows, you can never find it back anymore. You need to create another one. So let's copy it. Okay, now you have your API key. Please save it in somewhere safe. For example, you can write it down, or save it in a Word document and then put it in somewhere, a folder or something. But never share it with people, from other, or publicly share it. For example, now I'm public share it, right? Because everybody can see it, but I'm going to destroy it in a few minutes, okay?
Can you explain why it's so sensitive?
Because you need, for an API, you see here, you can set up billing, so you need to bill, you need to pay for it. So if it's openly available, then people can all use my API, then I will lose a lot of money.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, we have a little bit free trial by Google, so it's fine. So it's good. Okay, let me. Okay, let's copy it. Good. Okay, now let's go to again the GitHub we have. Okay, and then we need to go to material. So please download everything. Okay, the start bar comment, DD sample 5%, and so always keep this open. Okay. And now, while you are doing it, I will open our slides for this afternoon. So I first give some overview of text analytics using large language model. So a short conclusion is, yes, it outperform human in text annotation. Okay, that's the short conclusion, and it has been validated by many studies. And so many studies compare human and ChatGPT performance in text annotation, and it's really great. So if you are going to use it and you need, yeah.
Can you just explain what you mean by outperformed?
So for example, the first paper, which is also in our reading, so they compare ChatGPT with mTurk worker. So those online gig worker, and they ask it to do the text annotation. But of course, they have the correct answer, right? Because that's the data set they provided. So they see which one performed better in terms of the correct conversion rate. Yeah. So they in that case, ChatGPT, even GPT 3.5 outperform mTurk worker. Yeah, and you can see and it's all published at PNAS, which is really a top journal. So if you are going to use this approach and you're scared that, okay, maybe reviewer will not accept this, then you can cite this. And also in this trend in text analytics, now actually large language model is widely accepted, and even is now going to replace, for example, machine learning as the mainstream approach, because the accuracy is really high. And now the common agreement, the consensus is that dictionary approach is no longer a good approach. So most people believe that because dictionary, we know it match a certain keywords with the dictionary. For example, if you want to do some sentiment analysis, then it will, okay, if you have your sentence contain happy, then okay, I give 1 score for that. So this kind of dictionary base is very too straightforward and does not really take into context into account. For example, sometimes you are just being ironic, right? I am happy, right? But you know, they cannot understand the context. So that's why dictionary approach is not really a good approach. Machine learning is okay, but if you have a lot of data, if you have a data set to train the machine, the algorithm, then you can use it. And then we have BERT and large language model, a pre-trained large language model. So large language model is good choice if you don't have a data set to train the model. But if you have a data set to train the model, BERT is also a good a choice. But in short, it's no problem at all to use it. You just need to do validation. Validation, which means that you need to select a small sample from your annotated data set and compare it with human. So you will ask a human RA to do the same task, but of course for smaller sample, like 10% or 1%, 5%, and see the coder reliability. See how reliable it is, how consistent it is. Okay, so that is the golden rule. And you can see, I will skip it because it's quite confusing, but you can see from here, mTurk worker, it is this one, you can see it's actually quite low, right? But then you see trend annotator, they are quite good, but they are not as good as GPT. Yeah, you see, even. So even trend annotator perform just as good as, or even slightly less good than GPT. And let alone this kind of mTurk worker, which they are not not trained at all. And what about topic modeling? Topic modeling means that we have a lot of text, and then we just want to conclude the common theme, the common topics discussed in this text, right? So in this case, also there are emerging study about the performance of topic modeling using large language model. But the word topic modeling is not very correct because it's really specific to LDA, for example, this kind of machine learning algorithm. But you can call it like topic generation, theme generation. But there are many papers, for example, including mine, we compare different way, and then it's all having very consistent result. So they perform really, really reliable. And even for my own study, we use a very small data set, and it performed really well, especially for short text. So short text means Twitter data, for example, you only have 140 words, conversation data, right? It's very small text. So for this kind of short text, using large language model is really good because traditional LDA rely on co-occurrence of the word. But if you have small or short text, then you don't have sufficient word to do the topic modeling. So in this case, using large language model is a very good solution. And for example, here is our study. So my study, we found that the consistency percentage of large language model and human, you can see if you use the whole data set of Gemini, then you have 80% consistency. And the worst performance, even for the worst performance, you have 70 consistency, which is quite good. Okay. And what about scientific feedback? For example, reviewer comment. Also, there are studies about can large language model provide useful feedback on research paper? It's a paper published at New England Journal of Medicine, and they found out actually they perform quite well. So given you review feedback, so they compare with review feedback from conference and then review feedback produced by AI, and they found really similar. And you can also check this couple of research articles. And also, large language models supports human expert in predicting scientific results. This is also a little bit, yeah, like not very comforting because what if we are replaced by it? So what will be our job then? So they found out actually in terms of AI co-scientists, so the co-scientists released by Google, so they found out actually the Elo rating is quite high compared with, for example, Human Expert or Gemini 2.0. So here are some detail. I will share the slide so you can take a look. But for example, you see here, you can check it here. The accuracy is more or less like 80% in terms of the predicting the scientific results. Okay, and next we are going to really try to use API and then to do the text analysis. So we have two scenarios. The first scenario, for each scenario, we will use different tools. The first scenario is that you use large language model to identify different types of feeling. Shock, disgust, fear, creativity, or liking. So you have a bunch of data sets. So you want to see what they are talking about in this data set. So we need to use it to do topic modeling, right? Topic generation. And the second example is that you use large language model to label Twitter data. So you want to see if this Twitter data, this tweet talk about sustainability or not sustainability. Are they talking about something about sustainability? Because maybe in your research, you are interested in sustainability and you want to use it to classify this tweet as sustainability related tweet or non-sustainability related tweet. But of course, you can change it to, for example, whether this tweet contain emoji or no emoji, whether this tweet talk about future or talk about the past, right? So you can define which labeling criteria you want to have. Okay, let's first try to focus on the first one, how to identify main topic in a text. Very simple. So first you have a data set. You can randomly split your data set into several subsets. So maybe, for example, you have 1,000 data entry. You can split into two, one 500, the other also 500. And then you copy all the text in the first subset in large language model 1, and then see and fine-tune the prompt to obtain the topic list. And the rest, you can also copy-paste the subset 2 to another large language model and fine-tune the prompt to obtain topic list 2. And then you compare the topic list to see if there is any similarity. You can use just root 1 score or just some consistency to see. Repeat this process for subset 2 and compare the similarity again, right? And decide the final topic list. And you can simply, if you don't have a large data set, you can just use any of these large language model because, for example, Gemini 2.5, they can support really 2 million token, I think. I think that is really, really large that you don't need to worry about that. You don't have sufficient token. But let's see, let's try first. Again, let's open AI Studio here, create prompt, and select Gemini 2.5, okay? and go to the data set we just downloaded. So remember here, we have a data set called DD 5%. So you download it.
Model we are using
2.5. Okay, so you download the DD sample 5% and then open it in Excel. So on the right side, you already have the topic, what is topic about. But now I want you to, to forget about it and then just to check from this data, what are they talking about? Okay, so you copy all the entry. So just select this column, the third column, and then copy it, and then paste it into Gemini 2.5. Oh, yeah, but be careful, it now try to make it as an image, but that's not what we want. Let's do it again. So we don't want it to be image, even though maybe it's not a problem, but let's try to copy it as plain text. Yeah, okay, now it's work. And at the beginning of this text, okay, let's give a prompt. So the prompt is, you are an expert in text analytics. You will help me to identify the main topic discussed in this text. Please identify, maybe let's skip 10 topics. Provide the name of the topic, the definition of the topic, and an example of the topic. Okay, and that's it. This is just a very basic prompt, but in the end, you still need to refine it again and again to see the best result. Okay, but this is just a very basic prompt. You can also give some example if you want, but now we just try as simple as possible because, yeah, we don't want to have too many things at it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck at the point where you're copying in an image rather than the.
So the data set is in Oslo workshop and then material, where it's called dd5%.csv. And when you open it, you will have a column called text. Now you copy this whole column, copy it, and then paste it in this chat.
When I do that, it goes as you did, like just as an image.
Oh yeah, and then you do right click and then paste as plain text.
That doesn't give you the option.
No? Then try with image. They should be able to read image as well. You can try it. Yeah. Or another possibility is that you save it in TXT file or create a document or Word document and paste it there. That's also fun. Okay. Meanwhile, we have because it takes time to do this analysis, so I will just run it. If you are okay, you can run it and then see the result. Okay. Or you can even create a table. Maybe let's ask it to create a table. Create a table. Okay, now let's run it. And meanwhile, let me check the comment. When doing this, is it important to keep the prompt consistent across different large language model within each? Yes, it is very important. If you select this prompt, then keep it consistent. Don't change different prompt for different model, okay? And eventually, you need to document your prompt, right? You need to, if you are writing a paper, you need to show this prompt in your paper. So I will take a screenshot of your prompt because, yeah, that's how we document it. Take a screenshot of, and then for those researchers, if you want to replicate this study, they can replicate it. Okay, and here it is. Main topic discussed in the text. First is vaccine skepticism and refusal. Yes. Reported side effect. Yes. Concern about rush development and testing. Conspiracy theory and hidden agenda. distrust of authority and institution, vaccine efficacy, effectiveness, doubt, ethical concern, personal experience, alternative views on immunity, specific vaccine brand concern. Yeah. So that's all the topic they identify, and that's 80% consistency of the human conclusion. Okay. And why? And the highest is 90%. So we find it very strange. Why only 90%? There is one topic that cannot be identified, no matter how hard we try. So we go back to the original topic generation, and we found that topic they create is about country. But actually, country is not really a topic, right? It's more like a context. So eventually, we conclude that maybe human is not correct in putting topic country as a topic. So it's more about a background information. Okay, so that is how we conduct topic modeling or topic generation using large language model. And we should know that it can support really a large amount of data using Gemini 2.5. So I would suggest you to really try it. And for the other subset, so you can create different subset and then use that subset again to try if you get the same result. Okay, so eventually you will have different subset, different large language model. Always try with more than 2 large language models, and then to see if the result is really consistent. Normally, it should be quite consistent. Yeah.
Do you know whether Gemini has the same issue with the GDPR?
Yeah, so now it is the question, what about sensitive data, right? So for example, interview data, I will not put it there because it is a little bit sensitive, especially when they are not allow us to do that. That's why I asked you to install LM Studio, which is a software that you will run in your own computer, right? So let's, first, what you can do is that you use API. So using API instead of this interface allows you to, so for example, OpenAI, they say they are not going to use, if you use API, they will not use your data for training. But if you use their interface, they will use that for training. So that is not safe. But so API is an option. Second is that we really analyze the data in our own computer. That is the safest, that because it will not connect to the internet, right? So what are we going to do? Next, I'm going to introduce you a new software which is called LM Studio. Okay, so you should, if you did not download it, you still have time to download it. So LM Studio, you can consider it as a agent or a media where you can using this software. So it's a marketplace. They have different available models, and you can select the model you want and download it and then run it in your own computer. But of course, your computer needs to be a little bit strong. We have a question. Why set a specific number of topics since that is unsupervised? Oh yeah, you can also say, just come up with any, come up with a optimal number of topics you want. But here I just put it 10, right? Because for LDA, we also need to give a specific K, the K number of topics. So just similar with LDA, we give a special number, but of course you can ask it to propose optimal number of topics. Instead, to quantify response protocol on a certain dimension, for example, effective intensity. I'm not very clear with this question. Can you be more specific? Does this topic modeling involve LDA? No, this is not LDA at all. This is just pure large language model. Use large language model. LDA, you need to use Python and then use a certain package of Python or R, and then you can do LDA. But LDA, the output of LDA is very messy. They just provide you, a keyword for each topic. And you need to come up with a certain name for this topic and then give the definition by yourself. Okay, you would recommend a sample write-up to reflect this method of text analysis, maybe a paper. Yeah, so you can go back to paper, the reading, and also my slide. There are many papers about that. So you can use the prompt, use their way of reporting. Yeah, so there is people worry about data security and research ethics. So that's why we are going to do it now. Okay, so everybody download it? No? Okay, just it is not very difficult. So anyway, let's go to AI chat. So here you can have the, this is the interface of LM Studio. And they show you, okay, what is the now a very hot model and what is the new model here. But what we need is search, okay? And you search the model you want. For example, DeepSeek. Okay, so they have different options. So DeepSeek R1, but of course you cannot run DeepSeek. Likely too large for this machine. So they identify whether this model will be too large for you. So of course I cannot run a full, model of DeepSeek because it's really a large language model, right? So I need to use a smaller version. So smaller version, of course, it performs worse. Okay, that is for certain. But maybe it doesn't really matter if we are just, doing this kind of topic modeling, topic generation. So I will select maybe DeepSeek R1 distilled by Llama. And it say, okay, seems good. It say full GPU upload possibility. So I will select this one. So I download it. It's called DeepSeek R1 distilled Llama AB. So 8 billion parameter. Let's just download it. Now it's downloading. Okay. So it takes some time, but to save time, I already have one in my own. I installed one already here. So I will go to AI chat and select the model to load. So here I have Q1 32B, and then I have a Llama 7B. Okay, this one is a little bit too big at this moment. It's fine to run, but it will be very slow. So maybe to be able to show you, I will show Llama 3. Okay. So now it's loading the model. Okay, now it's loaded. So after loading it, you can start to chat with it. So you can enter a message. Again, use the same message. So we just copy the prompt that we have earlier. Okay, click here, copy text. Okay, and then copy it and paste it there. But for different model, it has different input token. So I'm not sure if that reached the input token, but let's try. Okay. Okay, it's a little bit too large, but let's see whether it works or not. Can we still click enter or not? Okay, now it's processing. I cannot. Okay, it is regulated actually. I cannot generate content that promotes misinformation about COVID-19 vaccine or other any
That's
vaccine.
because you choose DeepSeek, right?
No, this is Llama. Yeah, so Llama 3, apparently they have some safety lock. So let me try with DeepSeek.
But if I tried anything, LLM's the same, it's not allowed.
Not allowed? But anything LLM, yeah, it is a special case because this one is really about misinformation about vaccine. Let's see. But I think we can try different model and see. I can try to run this one, but it's super large. This is too large. Okay, but anyway, but this is how it works, right? So we run the local model and then
Try DeepSeek just for the sake.
downloading, still downloading. I'm downloading a smaller version because this one, the current one I have is really large. It's 32 billion parameter. So it will use up all my computing, capacity, and then I will not be able to run the Zoom. But while it is downloading, I will show you our next task, which is going to do labeling. So now we are going to do text annotation. So first we need to have an API key, right? So we already have it, and prepare a training set. And then open a, okay, wait. So training set is that where we have a human to code 100 random entries already. And this is allow us to compare to see how effective it is. And then we can modify the script in GAI4research.com, but I also show you some script where you can adapt and paste the API key, fine tune the prompt, adjust the parameter, and then to check the F1 score to compare with human and start the automatic coding process. Okay. So this is the common procedure. And now we are going to try it. And again, open your GitHub. So in your GitHub, in the material, you should find a link called Annotation using Gemini. If you click on it, then it is a new application, which is called Colab. So Colab is a kind of an online environment to run R or Python. You can run R or Python there, and it's online. So that means it doesn't depend on your computer, because I have the experience. Everyone have different computer, always have trouble installing RStudio or Anaconda. So in this case, we are safe because we all have the online environment. Okay, and we just need to upload our data set, which is called Starbucks data. So you need to download the Starbucks data set. So Starbucks common, and then save it in anywhere. You can also take a look of this data set, right? It's always nice to take a look at the data set first to see what are the variables there. So if you open it in your Excel, you can see, okay, this data set is very simple. It's just people's opinion about Starbucks. So let's see. Amber and LaDonna at the Starbucks on Southwest Parkway are always so warm and welcoming. This is always a smile in their voice when they greet you at the drive-thru. Okay, so it's about people's opinion about Starbucks. But I want to label it, whether it's a positive comment or it's a negative comment. Sometimes you have very bad comment and good comment. So I want to identify whether it is a positive comment. If it yes, then show yes. If no, then no. Okay. And now we have 17 entries, so it's easy to do it manually. But imagine it's 17,000 or 70,000. You cannot do it manually, right? But it's very important for us to understand, okay, what is the percentage of people happy with Starbucks and what are people are not happy with Starbucks. So we are going to do this labeling together. And we just use 17 entry as a small sample, to demonstrate. Okay, so now we already have this script. So what we need to do is that we open here. So there is a small folder icon here, and we upload the data set. The data set we just downloaded. Okay. Okay, so you can just drag it, and now the thing is uploaded there. And if you upload another file with different name, just change it here. Just change the name, okay? So maybe you change it to, yeah, if your data set called data set, then just change this to data set. Okay? Any questions? No? Okay, great. Now we can run the first section. So let's run it together. So now it's running. It's not going to work. Why? Because you don't have the API key. So now you need to copy and replace with your own API. Okay? So still have that API. So again, you should, yeah, the API key you have. Oh, I can copy it. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's copy it. Apparently, this one you can copy it. But for OpenAI, if you close that Windows, then you can never see your API key anymore. Okay, so let's replace it with my API. And now let's run it. So now it should work. So if it is, you see a green click, then it's okay. And now we can run the next one. So the next one is, okay, you have a prompt. This prompt is identify the text and identify whether the consumer likes Starbucks or not. Return yes or no. Only return yes or no, right? Maybe let's make it only, because sometimes they will say a lot of words. Okay, I think it's maybe a yes or no. So they will talk a lot of, nonsense in the file. So I just want yes or no, right? Only these two options. You can always refine it or give some example. This is an example of a positive comment about Starbucks. This is a negative comment about Starbucks to make it more specific. Okay. And then now let's hit run. So now it start to run. And you can see it here, processing comment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14. Okay, it's good. But you see, maybe I don't have sufficient API, token, but let's see. Yours should be good because you never use it. But if you use it too much, then, you reach the limit, then they will say, okay.
I got some like a warning error.
Okay, let's see.
After processing comment 11 out of 17.
Yeah, I have the same because I think it's rate limit.
Okay.
So they not allow you to do this so quick or so many texts at the same time. So just pay for it. So if you pay it, then you increase your rate limit. I also have the problem. I stop at 16. So from 16 is the error. But if you see, okay, let's check the first one. It says it's a positive. Okay, it is true, it's a positive. Second one, it is positive. So we can see it is quite accurate. But you can be creative to change it. So what you can do is that you can create a third column, okay, where they are talking about, do they mention the name Starbucks, or do they show what kind of emotion they show? You can also be very specific. What kind of emotion they show? Okay, let's do it again. Instead of only return yes or no, we say, okay, identify the text. No, identify text. Read the text. And tell me which emotion this comment contains. Use only one word, okay? Because I'm scared they will, describe it. Okay, the emotion is very nuanced. It displays this. I just want to have one word: happy, angry, or sad, things like that. Okay, again, let's click it again and see. Okay, it's processing. I think, yeah, eventually again, you have some problem, but it is because of the rate. Okay, so now let's download it. We should see the result of the first couple of comments. So if you download the new one, say unclear, 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 unclear. Yeah, that's because the prompt is not good. It's too simple. Of course, you need to make it more specific. You need to keep the emotion angry, happy, sad, or things like that to keep some, limit. Now it's just return unclear. Okay. So try it again and again and see. Okay. Any questions? Or can you perform this?
What was your script? I couldn't find the script for
in Oslo workshop, and then go to material. And here, the first link is annotation using Gemini. Okay. What if you want to change it to OpenAI? What can you do? Okay, you may just copy this whole thing. Copy the first two things. Yeah, I think you need to have copy the first two things. And go to like Claude or Gemini row. Copy it. So copy the whole. And then please change this code for me to use OpenAI API. Okay. And now it will adapt it for the OpenAI version. Okay. And you can try it with DeepSeek, with Claude, with Mistral. And what about the price? Because eventually the price is something we really need to pay attention to, because it can be really expensive. Because if we run it now, it is cheap because we only have a small amount of data. But imagine if you have 50,000 data entry and you need to run it for many, many times. You have a lot of prompt, right? Then the cost is really high. Like you can easily cost like $100 for one analysis, right? And you want to avoid that. So what can we do is that we can compare with the cost. So in our handout, I show you a website. So this website is called yourgpt.ai. It has a cost calculator, and it shows you which one is the cheapest. So now it seems okay. OpenAI 3 minutes is quite cheap. You can see per call total is quite okay. So we can select the total and then to see, okay, which one is the cheapest. So the cheapest, like Mistral AI, they are famous for really cost efficient. So it's a French large language model. It's really nice. And then we have Claude 3 Haiku is also very cheap. So if you have some text that is not so complex, you think the annotation is not so difficult, then you can not always necessary to use the best one, but use the cost efficient one. Okay.
It's your GPT.
It's called yourgpt.ai. And then you can have the calculator as well. What is your input token, output token, API cost, and then you can calculate how much you need for if you're going to apply for some grant, then it's a nice tool for you to plan the budget. Okay, so let's go back to our LM Studio to see if they finished the download. Yes, it is download. So let's try with, now we have DeepSeek R1 Distill Llama. So now it's loading the DeepSeek R1 Llama. Now to load the model, why? If you don't know why, then copy to the clipboard and ask why. That's what I do all the time. it looked like you're encountering a model loading error in LM Studio. The specific error is related to missing tensor in model file. Okay. Okay, I recommend delete and re-download the model. Check if you're using, oh yeah, okay, there's something we cannot do it now. But yeah, maybe let me try close it and restart it again. That can help to solve 90% of the question, the problem. And you may wonder again, so what if I have sensitive data? If my data is sensitive, can I still use this approach or not? Gemini, right? Use Gemini to call. And even though they're not going to train their model using my data, but I still feel really insecure, then what should I do? So in this case, you should open our second file. It's called annotation using Zephyr 7 billion model. You can click on it. Okay, so this one, the logic is exactly the same, but just instead of using Gemini, I use Zephyr 7b. I download it in this environment and install it in this environment, and then call it, this model in this environment. So it's completely free and also it's local, even though it's in a virtual environment, but still considered as local, right? Okay, so in this case, you avoid that problem. So you are using a local model. It's not an API. So you are not going to send the data to the server of like DeepSeek or OpenAI or Gemini. You are still hosting the model in your own environment. So that's safe. Okay, so we can try to do it ourselves. You can click the first one. The first one is installing transformer from the source. So you need to use transformer, the package, and yeah, to be able to run this. So I recommend you to follow my, the first one is to run it, transformer. Meanwhile, let me check some chat.
There's some warnings that we get. With some email of a person.
Let me check. So it takes some time to run because they need to install the package. Ah, okay. No, it's fine. Run it anyway.
This one is supposed to be safe.
It's safe. It's safe. So don't worry. And there is no sensitive data at all there.
But what if that happens when you have sensitive data?
It's also fine because you are only uploading your data in Google Drive. So if you consider Google Drive is not safe, then yeah, then it's really difficult to. Then you can only run it in your own laptop, right? But if you consider Dropbox, Google Drive, or Microsoft OneDrive is okay, acceptable by your university, then you can run it there. Okay. Or you can just copy my syntax and then use Anaconda in your own computer. That's also fine. So you can download this and then use your local computer. And you don't have the issue at all for it. Okay, let me check some more information. Okay, some people get different answer for our first test, maybe you get the first couple of question yes, and then couple of common no. It is normal, so you will get different result every time you run it. That's why it's very difficult to replicate because every time it's different. So a good way is that you run it for several times and merge it together. Okay, so you run it maybe for 10 times and then write a write a syntax to combine all these answers together. So if you get 5 yes out of 10, then it is maybe you can label it as not sure. If you get 6 yes out of 10, then you can, okay, make it a yes. Okay, so you have different ways, a little bit like bootstrapping, a little bit like decision tree and random forest, right? Decision tree, you have only one tree giving the result, but random forest, then you have a lot of tree, you grow a lot of tree to give you a convergent result. If I understand correctly, the script on the collab function as a replacement to manually query Gemini. However, it does not tell which is the model that is Gemini model use category. The model we use is model, I think 1.5, but you can address here. So if you believe this model is not good enough, then you can change it to 2. Now we are using 2.0. You can change it to 1.5 or 2.5. Here and replace it. Now we're using the Flash model. We can replace it here. And if you don't know, always copy paste and ask, ChatGPT, how are you going to change it? I did not write a single text here, right? It is all this text, even though I created myself, but I did not write it by myself. It is generated by ChatGPT. Okay, now we have finished the downloading the package, and next we can load the dependency. So let's run the second part, load dependency. So also if you use Zephyr or use this kind of local model, it's for free. So you don't need to pay for it. But the performance is much worse than Gemini 2.5 or OpenAI 4.0. So it has a pro and cons. And next, we are going to download this model and install it in this environment. So click here, download model and load pipeline. So now it's download from Hugging Face. And if you don't like Zephyr 7B beta, you can change this model to other model. For example, you can change it to DeepSeek. You can change it to any model that is available in Hugging Face. You can even fine-tune your own model and upload it in Hugging Face and then call it here. Now it's downloading. So it does not download the model to your computer. It downloads the model to the environment, the online environment of that Colab hosted in. That's why it's quite fast. Yeah, let's try again. No, that doesn't work. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. In Gemini 1, I cannot find the common analyzed file as an error. First, you need to upload your file there. So you need to upload this stepback common file, and upon running it, you should get a new file which called stepback comments analyzed. And again, for this one, for Zephyr, we also need to upload our stepback data. So you can upload your stepback data already there. It has been uploaded, but I don't get the result file. Maybe you can try refresh it again and again. Here, you have a refresh button. So you can click here to refresh it, see if you get the result. you click the refresh, maybe you can get the result. Okay, good. Now we're almost ready. So they are loading checkpoint. And because it is a really large model, so they download it here different times. They split it into different components, and then now they need to reassemble it together. Okay, so then you have an error. So I saw the error message, then you don't get the file. So probably there's something wrong. You can copy this and ask Gemini or ask any large language model to fix it. Okay, so good. Now we can prepare the input since we already download the model and then have it in our virtual environment. We can prepare the input. So now you see you are friendly chatbot who always responds in the style of a researcher. You can change it. This is just a system prompt. You can also say you are a chatbot and then doing text annotation, things like that. But let's run it. Okay, good. Now is something we can test. We can test whether it's good or not. Let's see. Yeah, here we can change. We can change the question. It's just some text test we can do for this kind of local model. We can change it to what is the capital of France, for example. Okay, and we run it. And we see whether it is proper deployed. This model, whether it's proper deployed in our system. So just a test before we perform our analysis. Yeah, so here you can see the answer. As a researcher, I can inform you that the capital city of France is Paris. Is there any other information related to France that you would like to show? No? Yeah, so that means, okay, the model work, right? We test it. You can ask different questions. And this model is really installed in that virtual environment, so it's really safe. Okay, you don't have that data breach problem. Okay, now since we know that the model works, we can start doing the same thing. So this code, it means that it starts to process the document that we upload. It's called stepbox comment. And what you are going to do is that you can adjust the prompt here, identify whether the consumer likes stepbox or not based on this comment. Right. So it's the same as the previous prompt, and we can try to see if it works. Okay, so upon click on it, no, yes, something wrong. Oh yeah, wait. Okay, if you get some error, you can explain it by using this. Okay, so it's the Panda library that is not imported. So we just need to import the Panda library. Go back to the previous file and then insert there. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, now it works. So you need to put this, yeah, you always encounter some error. And that's because sometimes you install that package in that environment, sometimes you forget. And so if you get the error, you always fix it, see some explanation, and then just use the proposed solution from this platform. Okay, and now you can see they are processing comment 1. Are you following? Yeah. Okay. It takes a long time because it's locally. It does not have a huge computing power, so it takes some time for it to do. Let me see if I have any other question. Yeah, I think for your error, I think it's also again you did not import Panda. So if you import Panda so here, import Panda as PD, then you should be able to fix it. Okay, so actually that's it for today's section, and it takes some time, to run. But we are not going to wait here because it will take really a long time to, now still only the 4th comment they are processing. But the logic basically is like this, right? So if you are fine using like commercial large language model, then you use the API call. So I recommend GPT-4o is cost efficient, it's not so expensive, and the accuracy is quite high. And or Claude. And if you are going to, if you are really unsure about that, you have sensitive data, then I strongly recommend you to have a strong computer, or you can pay for this collab. You can pay for a stronger version, and then install that large language model there, and then run it there. And I recommend a DeepSeek will be a good choice because it's open source and it's relatively accurate in terms of for open source model. Okay, very good. Any other question? Yes.
Yeah, if we have a longer code book, like a set of definitions of predefined codes, would you suggest putting that in the prompt, like the entire thing, or passing the document in somehow? Or...
Yeah, you can just copy paste it. If you really have a lot of examples, you have like maybe 100, more than 100 example, I would recommend you to fine tune the model. So in this case, the classification will be much, much accurate.
Yeah. How would you fine tune the model?
Tomorrow we will talk about, in the advanced topic, we will talk about how to fine tune. It's actually quite easy, especially here. If you go to Google AI Studio, you can see here, tune a model. So just click it, and then you select create a structured prompt, or you just select a data set you have. And then import the data set, and then select which model you want to fine tune. Here you can only have one option, which is Gemini 1.5, and then you can fine tune it. And then eventually you can call this new model. They will give you a new address where you can call it. And another possibility for OpenAI then is OpenAI API. It's similar. So they also offer you a possibility to fine tune it. If you log in, so you can find it here. You have API reference. Fine tuning. So it provides you a guideline for you how to use it and things like that. So you can read it and see. It's also very simple. It should be very simple. But it is quite costly because if you fine-tune it and you are going to use the API to call that fine-tuned model, the price will be, I think, double if you for open GPT-4o. So the price will be different from just using GPT-4o. So you can consider. Or you can fine-tune a local model. For example, you can fine-tune DeepSeek, and then to see if it's it's better. Okay. Still running, but we are not going to wait here. And for tomorrow, then we will have a topic by Maurice and and also a topic about synthetic data and more advanced topic about, for example, creating data set or do some simulation and things like that. So I will send you the slide and everything for today and for tomorrow. It's better if you already install anything LLM before the class, because that is where you can really organize more than 1,000 PDF and then consider as your knowledge base. And you can always carry this knowledge base, anywhere you want. Yeah.
Also Qualtrics account maybe.
Oh yeah, and Qualtrics account. So if you don't have a Qualtrics account, you can register a free trial one. And tomorrow we are going to try integrate the interview, AI interview function in Qualtrics account. So in your Qualtrics, you can already integrate it using Java language to achieve it. Okay. Okay, and yeah, that's it. And I will stay here to answer question for the online audience. Is there anything to install in anything LLM, like LM Studio? No, you don't need to install anything, but you need to have an API. You need to have an API for be able to use anything LLM. So you can either, maybe it's time for you to pay for it. So you need to go to OpenAI and then maybe use OpenAI's API. So the price, it will not be so expensive. You can pay, maybe charge like $5 or $2 for that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye.